The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth: only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3 to 4 November 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea. Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities. Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics. Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm. Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability. Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a Driving Force for Sustainable Blue Ocean Development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat as our second session would be begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon program. In this second session, we explored how major powers are shaping the strategic environment in the South China Sea. We are deeply honored to have Her Excellency Ambassador Phạm Lan Dung, former acting President of Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and President of Asian Society of International Law, as moderator. Dr. Dung, the floor is yours.
May I kindly invite all the panelists to come up to the stage, please. Distinguished panelists, dear participants, it's my great honor to moderate this session of the conference, and I would like to express our sincere thanks to all the panelists for traveling from different parts of the world to join this event today here. And we all know that this session will examine the complex and evolving involvement of great powers in the South China Sea that will probably looking beyond what's happening in the South China Sea, and hopefully will shed some light on the substance, on what is underneath. My great honor to introduce the panelists of our session today, Professor Shao Minghao, Deputy Director of the Center for American Studies, Fudan University, China. Thank you. Yes. Miss Henrietta Levin, Senior Fellow, Freeman Chair in China Studies, United States. Thank you. Professor Leksutina Yana, Deputy Head, Institute of China, Contemporary Asia, Russian Academy of Sciences, Russia. Dr. Michał Bogus, OSW Center for Eastern Studies, Poland. Thank you. And our friend Dr. Tang Seong Moon, Senior Fellow, Joseph Ishak Institute, Singapore. So I would like to kindly remind everyone that each speaker will have from 7 to 10 minutes, and we will save around half an hour for Q&A session. And just on behalf of all of you, I know that the speaker here will present their own perspective and not representing any organization, neither the organizers of this conference. And with that in mind, my honor to introduce Professor Minghao. Yes, please.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I want to appreciate the candid invitation by the Academy, and I want to thank the hard work of the Academy to make this conference possible and successful. Well, I have 3 points to share. The first one, in order to understand the changing landscape of the South China Sea issue, we have to put US-China long-term power play into our consideration. Both Beijing and Washington want to avoid the armed conflicts, but the new Cold War, the worst case scenario thinking, the related military activities, and the mutual escalation of gray zone tactics in this region may deepen the security dilemma and drag us into an unintended war. I'm sorry. Because of the US-China tension, it made a lot of friends, especially in this region, feel very concerned. In August, I attended US-China-Singapore trilateral dialogues in Singapore, and we Chinese and American participants got a very hard question from Singapore's defense minister, Mr. Chen. And he asked, are your Chinese and Americans ready for a new EP3 incident? We know in 2001, we had EP3 incident. So that a very hard question. We need compare notes on the implications of the Trump 2.0 and its implications on the international order. As a transformative leader, Trump 2.0 makes the mainstreaming of right-wing populism and the rise of illiberal democracy in the United States, which could be very consequential to the trajectory of international order. Someone even said that Trump seems to embrace the mighty mixed right international order rather than the so-called liberal international order. Last week, Xi Jinping, Chinese president, held our summit with President Trump in South Korea, which sent a positive signal for China-US relations. Prior to the meeting, Trump posted on social media, he said, the G2 will be convening shortly. The G2 narrative is very, very interesting. Well, I think we have no reason to exaggerate the mentioning of G2 by President Trump, but it is important to recognize that President Trump does attach importance on increasing major power coordination between Beijing and Washington. While Chinese analysts, they have doubts over the sustainability of Trump's restraint on the Taiwan question and the South China Sea issue, it's very challenging for China and the United States to revitalize mutual trust. During our talk in Singapore, I still remember one term given by our American counterparts. We need to think about amicable divorce between our two countries. We need to find a good divorce lawyer in Singapore and other countries. However, I think in terms of the South China Sea issue, I want to emphasize there is a dangerous but important nexus between South China Sea issue and the Taiwan question. From a Chinese perspective, the key challenge is how to deal with the increasing linkage between different security hotspots in this region, even including the Korean Peninsula, security challenge. In particular, the US, the Philippines, among other actors, are making efforts to link the China Sea issue with the Taiwan question. And some senior officials in the Trump administration, such as Elbridge Colby, proposed the strategy of denial, aiming to deter China. In particular, American military presence in the Philippines is a big concern for Beijing. And this military presence has been expanding continuously, largely aiming to address the potential Taiwan contingency. For example, northern Luzon is located just 155 miles south of Taiwan, where the US ground forces such as the 25th Infantry Division frequently conducted more complex drills there. The Trump administration is also enhancing its capacities for conducting long-range precision strikes with weapons such as the Tomahawk cruise missiles, and US Secretary of War Peter Hegseth even announced the deployment of Marine Corps anti-ship missiles launchers in the places such as northern Philippines. And also the US is introducing the Typhoon mid-range missile system in the Philippines and Japan. So Beijing keeps a very close eye on those military moves. The last part I want to share with you China's approaches in maintaining stability. China is searching for a new strategy for navigating international order transformation, addressing US-China rivalry, and maintaining regional peace in an age of turbulence. First, China wants to make diplomacy alive for stabilizing the South China Sea issue. We Chinese and friends in ASEAN countries, we need to think about how to conclude the consultation negotiations on the COC and realize the goal of, for an early conclusion of COC in next year. Second, economic cooperation is still critical for addressing security challenges. And I think China, among many countries, they have to face the very key challenge, that is how to address the development security nexus issue. Maritime economic collaboration, joint projects on disaster relief, and a resilient infrastructure can play a positive role. Climate change is a real threat, especially for the participants in this room from the Pacific Island countries. And it has profound implications on the security landscape in the region. Last but not least, US and China are expected to enhance security consultations, reach some degree of new modus vivendi on Taiwan, on South China Sea issue, and enrich the crisis prevention, crisis management mechanisms. In recent days, US Secretary of War Peter Hegseth held a meeting with China's Minister of Defense Dong Jun in Malaysia. and the two sides agreed to strengthen military-to-military channels to de-conflict and de-escalate any problems that arise. And also in China, actually last month, we held the China-US Security Dialogue involving former Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Pacific Command, Admiral Dennis Blair, former Commander of U.S. Marine Corps, General David Berger, and other American participants. I could not provide you details of this dialogue, but I can sense a willingness from both sides to seriously deepen the military-to-military dialogues and coordination. Given the increasing military activities of both American and Chinese militaries, there is a significant risk that some incidents may happen, which can lead to serious escalation. While some small steps may be useful, such as developing procedures for both militaries to collaborate in rescuing mariners and air crews lost at sea. So some small steps we need to think about. And also I want to bring your attention to the recent report released by the RAND Corporation, the author Michael Mazar, and I think this report is very important. And it proposed some tactical procedures for enhancing military communication and preventing unintended conflicts. So I stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ming Hao, for your insightful presentation. And as the moderator, may I take the liberty to ask a question in advance for the Q&A session that will follow afterward. So you mentioned about the China approach in maintaining stability in the South China Sea, which is very impressive and comprehensive, ranging from economic to maritime cooperation and security, including building mechanism, trust building, and military-to-military channels. So what challenges this approach might be facing in being implemented effectively, both from the US side and from the China side itself? And what is the red line that at that point China may reconsider its approach? And this is not for now, okay? Yeah, so the next speaker, please, Ms. Levin.
Great. Well, thank you to DAV for organizing such an exceptional set of conversations. Very honored to participate. So as the Washington-based representative on this panel, I think it's my job to try and explain the US approach to the South China Sea. And so over the course of 2025, the United States goals, posture, exercises, and deployments, as the guiding question raises, I think have actually remained remarkably consistent in a year when many previously sacrosanct policies and institutions have been reevaluated by President Trump and his lieutenants. The United States has remained remarkably committed in the South China Sea to upholding freedom of navigation and overflight, contesting China's sweeping maritime claims, and supporting allies and partners. And so you've seen the United States continue to pursue a robust program of increasingly multilateralized military exercises to uphold these goals and principles in the South China Sea. You've seen a continued drumbeat of freedom of navigation operations in which the United States contests unlawful claims near certain features in the South China Sea. You've seen a real continued focus on capacity building support for Southeast Asian partners, with a real emphasis on the asymmetric capabilities that these countries really need to be able to uphold their sovereign rights within the South China Sea. And the United States has continued to support ASEAN's efforts to negotiate a code of conduct. And of course, we have Secretary Hegseth in Vietnam right now, and I expect he will affirm many of these principles again during his time here. But there have been some small changes in the US position that may have outsized significance. One that has stood out to me is that the United States no longer affirms the relevance of UNCLOS by name in the South China Sea, though it does still raise the importance of the 2016 arbitral tribunal and still calls on all parties to conform to international law in the South China Sea, but it's no longer specified which body of international law that is, which I think does matter to some degree, if only because it creates a point of separation between the United States and its most like-minded partners on this issue. And even, for example, I'm looking forward tomorrow to session 5 of this conference on UNCLOS as an anchor of maritime stability. And again, I think it'll just be a little more difficult for the US if it diverges from the language of the region on this issue. Another change that stood out to me is that President Trump does not seem to have raised South China Sea issues in his engagements with President Xi over the course of this year, whereas in the past, for example, in President Biden's meetings with Xi, this was always quite a top priority in what was admittedly a difficult but an important agenda. And so even while Trump's cabinet secretaries have been very vocal in affirming the importance the United States places on the South China Sea, the fact that they haven't received attention at that very highest level may signal to China, perhaps inaccurately, that the strength of US resolve on the issue is waning. And then, of course, I think it's worth acknowledging that in other theaters, US respect for freedom of navigation and international maritime law has eroded rather precipitously. And as much as support for these principles in the South China Sea appears unchanged, the divergence, I think, does complicate the US position to some degree. I won't spend too much time characterizing China's goals and policies in the South China Sea because I don't know if I could do a better job than Ray and Jay did in the prior panel. But I will just maybe offer one comment on the broader political context in Beijing. And I think over the course of this year, we've seen the Chinese government really place a renewed focus on its regional ambitions and regional strategy. And one thing that really stood out to me was the Central Work Conference on Work Related to Periphery that Xi Jinping addressed in April of this year, which I think did signal a much more significant policy emphasis on China's regional strategy, including in its maritime periphery. So we should assume that South China Sea considerations really are on top of mind for the highest level decision makers in the Chinese government. And thinking about the conversation this morning, one piece from the public readout of that Central Work Conference that stood out to me was Xi Jinping saying that China's relations with neighboring countries are the best they have ever been, which is a good reminder that China is still sensitive to its international reputation, including in the South China Sea when it comes to regional affairs. Following up on the transparency exchange from earlier, China never says that ramming Philippine ships is okay. It never says that harassing these ships is acceptable. It says that China isn't doing that China's not responsible for those actions. And so I think that does emphasize that transparency and being clear regarding regional concerns on this issue can be impactful. I want to address the second guiding question for the panel: what triggers could spark a crisis? One issue that has always worried me is a scenario where Chinese actions in the South China Sea invoke US alliance commitments. And I do not believe this is the intent of anyone. But I think that Chinese vessels have not always done the math right in their efforts to stay below a threshold that would draw the US into a conflict. If we think back to the challenges around Second Thomas Shoal last year, even the level of violence that China was already bringing to bear against Philippine service members. I mean, if we were all just slightly less lucky, could have been a mass casualty event where the US-Philippines alliance would have been triggered. And I think that the administration has been very clear, the current administration, that the US-Philippines alliance does apply, and I'm just going to read this, to armed attacks on Philippine armed forces, public vessels or aircraft, including those of its Coast Guard, anywhere in the South China Sea. And I read that specifically because it's not even really a policy statement from Washington. That's seen as a legal obligation. And a sacred one for the United States to come through in that scenario to defend the Philippines. And so I think that even if it is no one's intent, we could see an escalation spiral as a result of these alliance commitments being triggered. And I think it's also worth kind of reflecting on how confident Beijing is right now in the context of the US-China relationship, where I think that the Chinese walked away from the summit with the United States and Korea feeling like they got everything that they needed while giving very little in return. And you also see a very significant Chinese confidence in the region. And so I don't begrudge China that confidence, but I think it does increase the risk that China could underestimate the resolve of other players, both in the region and from beyond it in the South China Sea, which further increases this risk of a crisis. And then, so that brings us to the third guiding question, which is, are existing communication mechanisms among big powers adequate? And I think the answer is clearly and unfortunately no. I think US-China military-to-military communication is incredibly important. It's something that we've never managed to quite get right. And so it's a good thing that Secretary Hegseth seems to have established further channels with PLA counterparts that he announced just recently, but there are real structural impediments to those channels being as useful as at least the United States would like to see, especially in a crisis. And I think there are three primary reasons for that. The first is that I think Beijing often prefers to express displeasure in a crisis by turning off communication channels rather than picking up the phone to express displeasure that way. I think we additionally, even if the channel is nominally open, at least in the military domain, the incentives for PLA officers to pick up the phone on a sensitive issue and talk to Americans without policy guidance, I mean, those incentives are not there. And I think many of our countries have had the experience of attempting to use kind of the nominal hotlines that we have with Beijing and not getting an answer on the other end. And then there's also a counterpart challenge where, for example, the US Secretary of Defense and the Chinese defense minister have very different roles and responsibilities. So even when they do get on the phone, it's not always the conversation that would be most powerful in facilitating the de-escalation that both sides need to see. But you know, the stakes are so high that we have to keep trying, and it is encouraging to see potential progress even in the last few days to establish more robust channels between the two militaries, and I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Levin, for your insightful and thought-provoking remarks. I also have a question for you for the next session. What do you think, what measure might the Trump administration be prepared to take in order to achieve its objectives, including defending its allies here and upholding the freedom of navigation and the international law? And you mentioned about the asymmetry between the counterparts. Does it really matter, and how the US can overcome and address that issue? Thank you. So our next speaker, Professor Yana, please.
Dear Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues. Since roughly 2010, the involvement of non-regional major powers in the South China Sea has been rapidly increasing. That's what we see, that's what we observe. And it was in 2010 when Washington, for the first time, highlighted the South China Sea at the Shangri-La Dialogue Forum. But since approximately 2016, more and more non-regional actors have become active in the South China Sea, like, for example, France, the United Kingdom, Canada, Germany, the G7, the EU, Netherlands, Italy, just to name a few. And this involvement is reflected in multiple direct and indirect ways, like the issuance of statements expressing great concerns about the situation in the South China Sea and China's actions there, the conduct of freedom of navigation operations, military exercises and patrols in the South China Sea, providing military aid and selling sophisticated weaponry to claimant countries except for China, strengthening the defense cooperation with countries involved in territorial disputes in South China Sea, strengthening military alliances with regional states, creating new multilateral structures like, for example, AUKUS, the Quad, various trilaterals and other mini-multilateral structures. But why? Why do we have so many non-regional actors to be involved in the South China Sea? For sure, these actors are not claimants. They don't have any territorial claims here in the South China Sea. Those countries don't have vital interests here in South China Sea. They don't have even vital interests in the region. They're located geographically so distant from South China Sea. So why? Why do they care? Why they're getting more and more engaged here militarily? Some people would say probably that's because the center of world economy has shifted to the Asia-Pacific. The political and economic balance is increasingly shifting towards the Asia-Pacific. The largest trade partners of major non-regional actors are also located here in the Asia-Pacific, and large volumes of trade transits South China Sea. But I would argue that that was the case even in the beginning of the 21st century. Nothing has changed in this respect. But the involvement of non-regional actors, I would probably trace starting from 2016, maybe 2015. So there should be other explanation to this tendency, to this trend. So I probably try to provide my explanation to this, to this trend, like more and more non-regional actors are here in the South China Sea. So the first one is that a trigger to this policy has been the rise in Chinese influence in the region and beyond, the expanding Chinese activities in the South China Sea to promote its territorial claims in disputed areas. In 2013, China started large-scale reclamation of islands, followed by militarization of the same islands, which was seen as very provocative and very alarming undertaking from the perspective of non-regional actors as well. The second region of the increased activity of major countries in the South China Sea is the reassessment, rethinking, reconsidering of relations with China. China is now viewed by many Western countries very differently compared to the previous times. China viewed not as a partner, but rather as a competitor, a systemic rival, against which de-risking or containment policy must be implemented. Such a shift in many Western European capitals and in the EU as a whole started to evolve since 2015-2016. China's growing assertiveness, that's how Chinese actions in the South China Sea are called in the Indo-Pacific strategy of France, for example. Major powers' activities in the South China Sea are tightly connected to China, and the same logic is true for their increasing involvement in Taiwan issue, in East China Sea issue. Major powers, major countries perceive Chinese actions in these areas as a threat to the stability of the region. And third explanation is that major powers aim to counteract the dominance of one state in the Indo-Pacific. Right now it's China. And that's very interesting. Why? Because those countries, they're promoting and striving for multipolar regional order in the Indo-Pacific, But at the same time, the very same countries are very okay, very comfortable with unipolar world order with American supremacy. The reason for that is that their belief that the shape of tomorrow's international order will be decided in the Indo-Pacific. And they're very uneasy to live with the idea that China would be a dominant power in the world. And finally, the fourth explanation is the US-China rivalry, like we just mentioned. Because it opens a window of opportunity for non-regional actors to engage more in the Asia-Pacific region. Because regional countries, for example, ASEAN countries, don't want to choose, between the United States and China, or fall into a unilateral dependency. Against the US-China rivalry, they want to diversify its partners. So non-regional actors can present themselves as offering regional countries an alternative to the United States and to China. And on top of that, the United States under Trump administration is seen as unreliable partner. So major powers have to take more responsibilities for protecting rules-based regional order, including the South China Sea. As a result of these growing concerns over rising Chinese influence and potential dominance in the region, regional major countries such as Australia, Japan, the US, India, and ASEAN, and some non-regional powers as well, has adopted their own Indo-Pacific concepts or documents. France, for example, in 2019, Germany and Netherlands in 2010, the EU in 2021, Canada in 2022. And a very interesting case I want to highlight, that's the case of France, because it calls itself an Indo-Pacific nation. France is the only EU country with overseas territories here in the Indo-Pacific, and 7 out of 13 French overseas territories are located exactly here in the Indo-Pacific. Moreover, France holds the second largest exclusive economic zone in the world, 90% of which is also here in the Indo-Pacific. France's Indo-Pacific strategy was published in 2019, and it was updated twice, the most recent just in this year. It emphasizes the need to work with regional partners to ensure the security of French territory and freedom of navigation. And since 2014, France has, on a regular basis, deployed warships to the region to ensure freedom of navigation in sensitive areas, including those in South China Sea, and also in Taiwan Strait as well. France 2 or 3 times a year engages its ships in operations in the South China Sea, including exercises with partners and single patrols. And France is just one of the examples. There are multiple examples of other non-regional actors becoming more and more engaged here in the South China Sea, and I want to highlight militarily. Like I mentioned before, Germany, Great Britain, Netherlands, even Italy, Canada, the EU, G7 are very active here. So I don't want to kind of, criticize of what non-regional actors have been doing here in the South China Sea. I clearly understand the logic and probably the best aspirations of what they're doing here, like protecting the freedom of navigation, as a part of protecting international law, backing smaller countries vis-a-vis rising great power. But still, there are these two ideas right now on my mind. Like when non-regional actors expand the presence in the South China Sea, they usually say that they're very neutral, they're not taking sides in the territorial disputes. But is it so in reality? When you issue strong statements criticizing actions of one side, isn't it taking sides? Or when you literally weaponize other side by providing weaponry, even of defensive nature, isn't it taking sides? Or when you create unilateral structures aimed at containing a specific country, isn't it taking sides? And second, speaking about military activities of non-regional actors, these activities serve more a symbolic, a public image, but have very limited positive impact on security challenges in the region. And the principal question here is to what extent rising military activities of non-regional actors serve the goal of easing the tensions in the South China Sea and limiting Chinese military activities. I would call it counterproductive. In 2015, for example, China didn't have military facilities in the Spratly Islands, but today we have military bases on several islands. And from this perspective, it is evident that China is not deterred by expanded military activities of non-regional actors. Instead, it promotes further militarization of Chinese claims. So, what is the solution? I'm sure that expanding military presence in the South China Sea would lead us to nowhere. We are already in the vicious circle of regional militarization. I believe that the major problem with non-regional actors to be involved here in the South China Sea is not the risk of miscalculations and unplanned collisions, but that their expanded military presence makes China feel a security dilemma and step up its military expansion in the region, which in turn make other regional countries to increase their military might. And in the end of the day, we have this booming regional militarization and unprecedented levels of military spending. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yana, for your speech. My question for you is, could you elaborate a little bit more about Russian perspective in South China Sea, and would you consider it as optimal from your point of view, or there is anything that would be improved? Thank you. Professor, Dr. Bogus, please.
Thank you. Well, today I'm in the role of this person who is presenting the EU stand. So previously it was said that EU pretend not to take the sides. I'll agree. EU takes sides. EU always takes sides of the international law, and if someone wants to be on the other side, it's there because it's breaking the law, international law and order. If you don't want to be on the other side, just don't break the law. Follow the international law. It's very simple. And what's the interest of EU in peaceful resolving of the situation in the South China Sea? I have only one slide, promise. I'll not make you to split the focus, but I'll be back to the slide at the end. So I could put three main basic reasons why the EU is interested in the South China Sea or wider in the Pacific. First, it's maintaining the existing international legal order. Very simple. UNCLOS is the base of the international law of resolving the maritime disputes. And from the EU perspective, this is the most important part. Resolving the disputes here, following the UNCLOS, it will reinforce international order based on the law. Simple. Very simple concept. There is the rules, which we all sign up, we all agree, and then we should all follow them. Nothing else, nothing more. And this is the reason why we always take sides. And if it seems that we're taking the other side, yes, because we take the side of the victim. Second, EU economic security. Let's not be afraid to talk about the economic security. EU have the same rights to the economic security like any other country. China is talking about its economic security. US is talking about its economic security, and we, as the European Union, have the rights to talk about our economic security as well. The South China Sea is one of the main maritime routes. We need to protect these routes. For us, yes, for us as the Europeans as well, and for the other global participants. And of course, the role of the coastal countries in the global chain values is very important for us. Any conflict here will negatively impact the European economy. So yes, we are here and we are interested in being here. Freedom of the navigation, yes. This is one of the most important values for us. And yes, European countries will participate, they are participating, and they will increase its participation in the execution of the freedom of the navigation in the region. According to the UNCLOS, majority of the features on the South China Sea is not generating territorial waters, and it's not generating economic exclusive zones. So there's no provocation passing by the open sea, even if some countries pretend to be their territorial waters. And then the third, probably the most important, national security, all the member states and the EU as a whole. It is difficult not to escape the conflict which is going on in the Europe now. For very, very simple. There's a linkage. We see the linkage between conflict in the Europe and this what could potentially be in the future in the East Asia and again in the Europe. Because growing cooperation, de facto alliance between China and Russia, creating situation in which one any conflict in this region, also South China Sea, around Taiwan, East China Sea, with Japan, will create opportunity by the pure opportunistic chance or by the coordination, I believe more likely by the coordination, for the Russia to create another conflict in the Europe, probably around the Baltic states. So yes, for us, the security in the Indo-Pacific, in the South China Sea, is also part of the European security, simply like that. Some people will not like it, but this is what it is. For very simple reasons, because it's logic that if China decide take action or vis-a-vis Philippines or Taiwan or Japan, this will create the opportunity for the Russia with coordination to split resources, attention of the Western powers between two theaters. And so yes, Europe is present and will be present, and this presence here will be increased. And a special come back to the reality in the Europe and the need to increase our spending on the defense budgets will also create for us opportunity to be more present, proportionally, of course, to be in the region of the South China Sea on the Indo-Pacific. Well, after being gloomy and doomy, let me be on some more positive note. UNCLOS works. As you have here, great example how UNCLOS works. Almost 50 years of the dispute between Poland and Denmark for the demarcation of the economic exclusive zones south to from the Bornholm island on the Baltic Sea. And even after '89 and the change of the democratization in Poland, when we both become like-minded nations, it took us almost another 20 years to negotiate demarcation. And only 2018, using the UNCLOS, not some created ad hoc institution in Hong Kong or any other place, but using the old school negotiations, following the UNCLOS rules, with some changes to the UNCLOS rules, yeah? And this map is showing how is in the practical level, how the UNCLOS can work. And was the compromise. Denmark get more territory, we get the gas fields, which one we wanted and we already were exploring, and we get the opportunity to put our gas line from Norway to Poland, which will give us, finally free us from the dependency from the energy sources from the dark place in the east. So there is hope, and if the sides negotiate in the goodwill, and the goodwill is the most important part, then the most difficult disputes can be negotiated and resolved peacefully. Yeah, it's not like that. Only South China Sea is the flashing points. Yeah, in the Baltic Sea, there are also some gas pipelines explode, some ships cables are broke. So there's also a lot of tension there. But still, we were able peacefully negotiate very difficult agreement, and I think it's the hope. So after being gloomy, I wanted to finish my short presentation on this hope note, that if we all follow the international rule, the rules which we all did agree, then we can resolve everything. Thank you. I don't want to take over time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bogus, for saving 1 extra minute for us. And my question is, you recommend a case settled by arbitral, by the judicial means. What would be the challenges for the countries in the South China Sea as Asian countries in terms of, using judicial means as one of the peaceful settlement of disputes? Dr. Moon, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and friends. First, allow me to congratulate and also to thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam on, again, convening a very successful and much-needed discussion on the South China Sea, on regional security in general, and also our gratitude to the partners who not just support DAV, but support us to have the conversation as well. And I would also like to echo my warmest congratulations in welcoming Timor-Leste into the ASEAN family. Last but not least, perhaps to reiterate what the chairperson has mentioned, I do not speak on behalf of Singapore, which I'm currently working, or Malaysia, which I'm a citizen of. Allow me to share some views in my personal capacity, nor do I represent the ASEAN view as well. I'm just an ASEAN citizen, and I welcome my colleagues from Southeast Asia to give their personal perspectives as well. Allow me to perhaps join the conversation in sharing, in addressing 5 short points. First, I think as you mentioned as well, the notion of, or the concept of extra-regional powers, meddling or involvement in South China Sea. To me, if we were to be pedantic about it, what is a region? Southeast Asia consists of 11 nations. So by that definition, all the other regional, so-called regional powers are extra-regional. Does that include China? Does it include EU? If you want to go down that route in that sense, right? So maybe perhaps what I'm trying to pinpoint is that the use of the term extra-regional powers to exclude who is in, who is out, is not useful. Because as our colleague has mentioned that even as friends from as far as Poland or EU or Canada on the other side of the world, they do have interests and they're not taking sides. If the side they are taking on, and I agree, is a side of international law, of UNCLOS, of affirming the rule of law internationally of UNCLOS. And also, I think diplomatically, a number, if not all the main countries that have been finger-pointed are actually partners of ASEAN. So for our friends from far and near to perhaps have port visits in around the region, have military exercises with us, that is part and parcel of our ASEAN engagement with our dialogue partners, our sectoral partners, our development partners. So that is also something that is very positive. And it bears reminding that ASEAN DNA is open and inclusive. So if we were to exclude, to choose our extra-regional friends, then ASEAN might find itself very few friends to work with, and our friends from afar might not have a bridge to work with ASEAN. So I would ask us to perhaps use the term extra-regional powers lightly in that sense. My second point is that perhaps maybe on the notion of South China Sea, are we not focusing too much on US and China? And I would certainly disagree with the notion that we should look at South China Sea from the prism of US and China. There's a danger in that, because the underlying disputes or claims, or whatever you want to term it, is not between US and China, right? It's between China and some of the claimant states in Southeast Asia. And I think for the claimants, I think it would be a bit a misnomer and perhaps inappropriate to park our issues under the US-China strategic competition. Of course, everything that we breathe and live, we live under the shadow of US-China. But to singularly pitch at that, I think we miss the larger picture. We miss the granular and the important commonalities, differences, and who do we talk to? If we're going to resolve the South China Sea disputes or the overlapping claims, we cannot just talk to Washington and Beijing. A careful conversation needs to be held between Beijing and Kuala Lumpur, Beijing and Hanoi. So the agency of these claimant states, of the ASEAN member states, cannot be taken out of the equation, right? And also to look at from the prism of US-China relationship, it brings us to a different scenario, different outcome, and so on. Secondly, related again to the so-called extra-regional powers, it's not just the US-China that's involved, right? We have mentioned that France, EU, France, and so on are also involved. And from an ASEAN perspective, it's actually good to have more friends. That's also very an ASEAN perspective because it broadens our strategic autonomy. And sometimes when our friends, either the British Navy or the Canadian Navy or the German Navy or the French or Italian Navy comes through the region for FONOPS, they do conduct military exercises. And these are important for us in terms of capacity building. So they are just do not only look at the possible negative connotations, but these visits bring a lot of benefits to ASEAN member states. Yeah. My third point is that there's also reported increase of number and scope and intensity of military exercises. This is one of the scoping questions by our organizers. Empirically, that is correct. And personally, I think, again, it's a positive. ASEAN member states has always and consistently highlight the point that ASEAN is not directed towards any party, internally or externally. We don't target ourselves, nor do we target outsiders. So when we do have military exercises, be it naval, land or air, cyber or any capacity building, those are actually first and foremost to enhance our respective militaries. Yeah, we learn a lot. Our external powers bring a lot to us in terms of the training, the capacity building. Yeah, it's also part and parcel of our dialogue partner relations with a lot of these partners. And mind you that it is not just China and the US, you have France, you have UK, you have India. I would say the more the merrier in that sense, right? It gives our dialogue partners, our external partners, a way to work with us and for us to work with them as well. My fourth point is that we tend to lose the focus that ASEAN member states, especially the claimant states, so-called claimant states, do have legitimate interests to have to engage all these partners. Yeah, and why do we seek out these partners? Again, I mentioned capacity building, the training, and so on. But deep inside, deep-seated reflection is also there's a sense of insecurity. When we know that we're dealing with a party on the other side who is 10 times, 100 times stronger than us, this is where perhaps there's a supply and demand issue. We need to enhance the resilience, capacity, and I wouldn't even want to use the word deterrent. I think none of the militaries in Southeast Asia can effectively deter any of the major powers, be it India, be it Japan, be it US, be it China. So the word deterrence, to me, I think strategically is a misnomer in that sense. It's about enhancing our resilience, and resilience is not just in the context of major power rivalry and so on, but it's also about maritime domain awareness to enhance our capacity to combat transnational crime, seaborne, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and others. Let me end on perhaps on a last point. Throughout the discussion this morning that the word red line has been used of a major power. but have we considered the red line or the red lines from ASEAN member states? Specifically, have we considered the notion of strategic empathy? Have the major powers considered us on the other side of the equation, we are all smaller, weaker, economically, militarily, politically? What is the equation, what is the calculation from our side of the bargain in that sense? So when we talk to our friends in China, we are always at the lower leverage in that sense. That we don't have that much leverage. Yeah? And we can see that the current trade negotiations between the US, that asymmetry of power is very clear. So in terms of South China Sea, whenever we take any actions, our actions and whatever we do, we are always dealing with the notion under the context of strategic, of asymmetry of power. So maybe for our friends in China, I would perhaps seek your consideration of empathizing with the position that we are in, and also to recognize the legitimate interests of the claimant states. It is not that we are having military exercises or working or enhancing our defense partnership with extra regional powers that we are taking sides. That is not the case. It is actually that we want to build our resilience, to make ourselves stronger, and more importantly, to defend our legitimate interests and affirm international law in the region. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moon, for your insightful remarks. My question is, you mentioned about claimant states and then ASEAN members. So what is the difference between, to what extent can the claimant state do, and what is the stance for ASEAN as the association? Basically, you've heard to all of our panelists, and it's very interesting, but we also noticed that there is a little bit of differences in the approach of each of the panelists. So I was asked by the organizers to facilitate the discussion among the panelists yourselves. But I will start with the first round of the questions from the audience. I will take around 4 to 5 questions, so that hopefully each panelist will have 1 question, and each participant will have only 1 minute at most for the question. So please keep it brief and direct. And then in answering the question, you can make comments to the speeches from other panelists and ask questions to other panelists as well. Is that okay? Thank you. So the floor is open for the questions, please. Yes, the madam sitting down there. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Hien from the Diplomatic Academy Vietnam, and I want to address my question to Dr. Chow Ming Hao. So I have 2 questions. The first one is, what do you think is the action or the policy of China in the South China Sea that is eroding trust from ASEAN countries? And secondly, what do you think is one of the most important misunderstanding of international community when it comes to China policy in the South China Sea? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the 2 questions. I have the the gentleman.
Good afternoon. My name is Kang. I'm currently a senior at the International Law Faculty of Diplomatic Academy Vietnam. My question goes to Dr. Moon. My question is, what is the potential of ASEAN countries harmonizing their responses to power increasing interest in the South China Sea? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And the lady sitting next to him.
Right, thank you. I am Mai from DAV Captain. I have 2 questions. The first will be directed to Dr. Chow Ming Hao, and the second question will be directed to Ms. Levin. For Dr. Chow Ming Hao, you presented about the Trump 2.0. So my question would be, the Trump 2.0 amidst the US-China rivalry is marked as a rather unpredictable, and this has, no less for several times, make countries a little bit relatively unprepared before Trump's announcement. So in your capacity as an expert in China, how would you assess that the situation will affect, of the situation of the Trump 2.0 will affect the China or the South China Sea? That's the first question. The second question would be, for Mrs. Levin, you analyzed the direct military-to-military communication channels. It is vital, as you said. It is most needed, but during crisis, you also pointed out several barriers and several limitations during crisis, when it is most needed. So I'm wondering regarding other channels that allow indirect communication, which means not direct, like military-to-military communication, but indirect communication, such as consultations or with the help of experts associated with the outside, with the other state. Would it be helpful? And if yes, then to what extent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, please.
Hi, my name is Ratha from the Cambodian Center for Regional Studies. I have one question to Dr. Chow. So what is the ultimate goal for China? What does China want from ASEAN member states, especially the claimant in the South China Sea? And what China want the US to behave in the South China Sea to have this healthy cooperation in the sea? And to Dr. Tang Si-moon, as we all know that there has been going on of a COC negotiation. So what do we expect from the Philippine chair next year? And my one last question to Dr. Yana from Russia. As we all know that these days there is growing minilateralism, this and that, block building, this and that. And Russia and China recently, you have some sort of unlimited friendship with one another. So do you foresee any cooperation between Russia and China in the South China Sea? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is for the first round. And each panelist, could you please keep the answer for each question from 1 to 2 minutes only?
Okay. It's no easy task for Chinese scholar to attend this meeting. And I thank so much for this very engaging, very important questions. I want to give a combined answer to those questions. So first thing I would like to say, can we think about how to create the synergy between US-China tactical détente and the mitigation of the South China Sea tension? Trump talks about multipolar world. Secretary Marco Rubio talked about US-China relation is entering a new phase of so-called strategic stability. So we are going to say more exchanges between these two powers. Can we make this increasing momentum between US-China exchanges be positive for the de-escalation and the resolution of the South China Sea issue? Secondly, we need to be attentive to the fact that both China and US, both China and claimant states, they have a very different interpretation on what is status quo, what is revisionism. Can we escape from this dichotomy? And also, I heard the view from a Filipino friend this morning. China wants entire South China Sea. No way. China has no such attention nor capabilities to realize such the goal. Such irresponsible statement is not helpful for effective diplomacy between China and the Philippines. Well, regarding the misunderstanding, I think one example is the so-called Xi Jinping's statement on no militarization of South China Sea. That statement was proposed by Xi during his visit to the US in 2015. And Xi's words in Chinese actually is China has no intention, or China does not intend to militarize the islands. However, China very concerned with the possible conflicts between US and China in future. Stephen Bannon, very close political advisor to Donald Trump, made it very clear. He is confident that in future decade, there must be a war between the US and China. So we have to think about the worst case scenario. But that, I understand, that harm kind of trust of Asian countries on China. Last thing, so can we find a pathway for kind of restraint framework among relevant parties? Can we use the strategic pragmatism rather than cliche on China blaming everybody? Find strategic pragmatism, and international law cannot solve problem. We have to be not naive about this. If international can solve problem, the tragedy between Russia and Ukraine would never happen. Geopolitics really matters. Last point, how to manage the domestic nationalist sentiments in China, in many countries. That could be a very bad thing for policy makers. And in China, some hardliners even claim that, well, if the Philippines, they want a war fighting during the South China Sea, okay, it deserves it. There are some hardliner voice in China. Actually, China government has exerted some restraint in making response to the Philippines. So I hope our Filipino friends can give a nuanced and updated assessment of Chinese intention on South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do sympathize with you when you mention about it's hard for Chinese scholars to be here, but we need you. So please keep coming and sharing with us, like discussing, debating, whatever. Next, please.
Sure, so just to elaborate on this counterpart challenge, I think it's most pronounced at the ministerial level, in part because the role of defense minister in China's system, and you can correct me if this is wrong, but seems to be taking on a less operational responsibility over time. The current defense minister does not even have a state counselor title, let alone a seat on the Central Military Commission, whereas if the US president is asking for military options in a crisis, the Secretary of Defense is the first person that he'll turn to. But then if this is not going to be maybe the most fruitful channel, in part because of those issues, we can think about, I would say, going up, down, or out. So you can always think about a leader-to-leader conversation, and it is certainly a good thing that President Xi and President Trump have established a channel of communication, but at the same time, in an operational crisis, you don't really want to have to start the conversation at that highest level. And of course, we've seen President Trump has a very strong preference for addressing exclusively or primarily economic issues in that channel, rather than strategic considerations such as issues related to the South China Sea. You can go down. And I think one of the most important military-to-military channels in the US-China relationship is what we call MMCA. So it's the Military Maritime Consultative Agreement Working Group. And it will not get you anywhere in a crisis, but it is a platform through which operators, so people in the PLA, people in the US military who actually drive boats and fly planes, can get together and share how each side would look at a particular moment of tension or crisis at a tactical level on the water or in the air. And so in the absence of anything like trust between the two sides, I think resolving technical misunderstandings among operators can go a long way towards mitigating the risk of an unintended crisis. It's a really important channel, but once a crisis arrives, it doesn't get you anywhere. The third option is to look at establishing a strategic channel outside of either side's military institutions. And so I think this is a channel that was very effective during the prior administration, and it was the one between Foreign Minister and CFAC Director Wang Yi and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. And that became a channel in which both sides, I think, were clearly empowered by their respective presidents to engage on the most sensitive and important issues in the bilateral relationship. Not that that can replace credible military-to-military communication, but in moments of tension, having those existing relationships at the highest and empowered level can go a long way towards avoiding inadvertent escalation as well.
Thank you. Professor Yana, please.
Dear colleagues, I think you were kind of surprised when I started my presentation and I started to speak not about Russia and Russian position on the South China Sea, but the explanation is very easy because we are not a party to these disputes, and we don't want to be involved in this issue. And actually our position was consistent and unchanged for many years and many decades. And let me remind you this position. This is an official position of Russian Federation. I'm not representing here Russian Federation. No, I'm just a Russian expert. But what about Russian official position? First one, we are not a party to this issue. We are not a claimant state. We are not taking sides. The issue should be resolved diplomatically by negotiations, and negotiations should be held by parties involved, not by third parties. And the final one, we see the involvement of non-regional actors as very counterproductive. So this is the official explanation. If you go to the Russian Foreign Ministry, you will see these kind of, basic principles of, our position on the South China Sea. But speaking as an expert, what we see on practice, we see that Russia is not making statements. We are not issuing statements. We are not backing any side. We are not backing China, which is our very close partner, strategic partner. But I want to remind that we have equally, not like really equally, but very close relations with all of the countries who are parties to this dispute. We have this strategic, really close partnership with China. We have very long history of our relations with Vietnam side. And right now, the current Russian policy is, to promote these kind of relations, to promote relations. We have this pivot to Asia concept right now. So we are pivoting to Asia. We want to be here bigger, but bigger, not militarily. We want to be here bigger economically, humanitarily, people-to-people contact, various positive projects, not like military projects. So, when you speak about South China Sea, Russia is not taking sides because we have good relations, like I mentioned, with China, with Vietnam, with Malaysia, for example. We hope we will have better relations with Philippines. And, at the whole, we see ASEAN countries as very good and very prospective partners for Russia. So we are here very positive. And I want to highlight one interesting thing. When you want to help, countries who are vulnerable to great powers, you have to help not militarily, because when you try to help militarily, you just provoke, all these military buildups here in the region. You have to help economically. You just provide economic aid, you provide economic, opportunities, investments here in the region. You help those countries to be confident by themselves. You make these countries, to be less vulnerable to economic leverages, let's say from China, for example. So that's important. And let me highlight this very interesting thing. That there is this big issue of oil and gas exploration in the disputed areas in the South China Sea. And what is interesting? The interesting thing that, Western companies left those disputed areas long time ago, like in 2005, 2008 maybe. Like American and UK oil and gas companies, they just left those projects they had with Philippines, with Vietnam. They just left. Why? Because they were kind of uneasy, confronting China and Chinese pressure. But what about Russia? We didn't leave. we were the last to have those, joint projects with Vietnamese side. So that's very illustrative, example, of Russia's participation here. What else? And maybe the second question was also addressed to me. It's kind of, connected to this one. Can we expect more cooperation between Russia and China here in the South China Sea? Yes, we can, but not in the South China Sea issue. I'm pretty sure we are not going to back China on the issue. We are not going to take sides. It's not our policy, it's not in our interests. We want to be here, to come back here, but very positively, as a very positive partner. We don't want to provoke any side here. And, probably you can mention, last year we had these joint sea naval exercises in the South China Sea, Russia-China drills here. It was last year. But you should understand, you should put it into perspective. Since 2005, Russia and China started to have, for the first time, naval exercises here. Not here, just naval exercises together. And starting from 2012, we made it like a regular exercises between our navies. And we have different scenarios in different areas. We had even scenario which took somewhere in the Indian Ocean together, it was Russia, it was China, it was, Iran, for example. We did it several times. So one of the scenarios was here in the South China Sea last year, and I think we had this kind of scenario in South China Sea in 2016. But it's not too much, and it's not like we are coming here to show other sides that we are back in China. It's not. It's just, we have this kind of military-to-military cooperation, and that's one of the scenario of this cooperation.
Thank you, Jana. May I just make one clarification? I'm wondering why you mentioned about direct negotiation with the participation of the party involved. You just, missed out other peaceful means for dispute resolution, including mediation, conciliation, and the use of judicial means, which are provided in Article 33 of the UN Charter. Is that intentionally, or you just like?
No, just when I'm speaking involved, I mean mostly militarily involved. I mean this one, not mediation, not this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Dr. Bogas, please.
Your question was about what's the biggest obstacle for the claimant countries to settle down peacefully. Well, mistrust, simply like that. If the countries don't trust each other, how they can negotiate? And Dr. Zhao said that China doesn't claim whole South China Sea. Technically, you say true, because 9-line cover only 80% of the South China Sea. So it's, technically you're right, you don't want to 100%. But in these situations like that, how you could negotiate? How? Someone is coming and 80% of everything is mine, and that's it. And so I don't see the other logic perspective could be the other claimant countries. Negotiate each other, settle down mutual disputes, and prepare one united front against the guys who want to take 80% of everything. So I see the light in the tunnel, all thanks to the Beijing, because the Beijing strategy is, in my opinion, counterproductive, pushing the other countries, coastal countries, to cooperate closer. And I hope, we are not there yet, they will be able to settle down each other's claims, and then they prepare the joint united front against China. Because it's the logic of the situation, but of course, we know very well that in the international relations, in the reality of the international relations, logic and common sense not always works, unfortunately. But let's hope for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bogas. Dr. Moon, please.
Thank you. On ASEAN and South China Sea, ASEAN as a collective, as a regional organization, does not take sides, does not have the position on the South China Sea. But it does have an underlining interest in maintaining peace and stability, and to, if possible, prevent any escalation of conflict. Because if the sea lanes of communication, of regional stability, regional security, and so on. So it bears reminding that the ongoing COC negotiations is not to resolve the overlapping claims, but could be rightly seen perhaps as a crisis management mechanism to make sure that the South China Sea disputes does not boil over into open warfare. Yeah. On the question of our colleague on harmonizing positions of the great powers in the South China Sea, if I hear your question correctly, again, the position of ASEAN is very clear in the sense that we work with everybody, but when you go down to a different level among individual ASEAN member states, we do see differences in the relations with all the other major powers in that sense. So there are two levels that we need to look at ASEAN as a collective. This is where sometimes analysts feel a bit frustrated when it comes to ASEAN joint communiques and ASEAN summit declarations. It doesn't say anything. It's very diplomatic. We're working well with everybody. And that's a reality. That's the goal. That's what ASEAN is actually about. But when you peel down the layers from the ASEAN member states, you find that certain ASEAN member states work closely on a diplomatic front with certain countries, certain major powers, on security with others, and on the economic side. I would strongly recommend you to refer to a major study completed by Professor Kong Yung Fong and Joseph Liao, who looks at the question of individual Southeast Asian states vis-a-vis the question of US and China. And the finding is very interesting that in the last 10 years or so, a general finding is that most of us, except Philippines, are leaning towards China. We are not pro-China, but measured from soft power, economic power, and engagement, including votes in the UN and so on, we are leaning towards China in that sense. But another survey by my institute, ISIS, acknowledges that China is the most influential economic, political, strategic power in the region. But yet, most of us in the region are also distrustful or fearful of how China uses its power. So it's not a dilemma, but it's a fact that China is powerful, but if that power is being used on us, directed on us, we have grounds to be concerned. And the question is, how do we moderate, how do we ease China into becoming a major power? Question of COC again, on Philippines. I think we shouldn't put too much pressure on Philippines as chair of ASEAN in 2026. In fact, Malaysia has not dodged a bullet because the responsibility for the COC is still with Malaysia as a co-chair of the ASEAN-China relations, and by default also co-chairs the COC, the negotiation process. So Malaysia will work with China to guide the COC process. So Malaysia is in charge, at least procedurally. I'm also would like to point out that President Marcos Jr., in receiving the gavel of the ceremonial handover of the ASEAN chairmanship from Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, he mentioned a very interesting quote, perhaps in reference to South China Sea, perhaps in reference to China as well, that cooperation and conflict cannot coexist at the same time. I'm paraphrasing him. Perhaps in the context of South China Sea, that we can, if we continue to cooperate with major powers, including China, but at the same time allow the same bilateral relationship to fester in conflict. Water and oil does not mix in that sense. So what's happening in the South China Sea, if it's still tension filled, but at the same time we turn around and say we are partners, we are working in that it's difficult to square that particular question in that sense. So cooperation has to be on both sides, on the military, political, economic side, and all level. So for the President of Philippines to mention that, perhaps it's a good reminder that we should de-escalate and also look towards to the ASEAN chairmanship next year.
Thank you very much. I think that I do have time for one more round. Yes, Professor Tung, please.
Madam Chair, I guess my question is for Dr. Levin. Since you are coming far from Washington, D.C., I would like to hear about your opinion the new Trump's administration on the national security strategy. What would be your expectation about that specific strategy in terms of substance and style, especially when in the region the common sense is that the South China Sea issue is somehow should be placed in the greater context of U.S.-China relations.
Thank you, Professor Tung, for the question. Yes, Ambassador Hung, please.
My question to Dr. Zhao and Mr. Levin. You know, in the context of major power competition in the region, what is the most realistic outcome with regard to the peaceful settlement of dispute in the South China Sea in terms of near to medium term? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Hung. Yes, I have a lot of, can I have one gentleman here and then one lady there, and then to this side?
I have one question to Dr. Zhao. First of all, I would like to thank you. As you said, you're using restraint in, preventing the Filipino fishermen to fish in our own exclusive economic zone, and you're using restraint, thanks to the water cannon that you're using, not bullets whatsoever, and thanks to the Chinese Coast Guard vessels that you're sending to harass a very small 44-meter Philippine Coast Guard vessel. I would also like to comment about your statement that it is not true that you want to claim, for the People's Republic of China, to claim the entire South China Sea. If that would be true, and that would be the statement, or that would be the position of the Chinese government, I would like to challenge you now to say in front of the audience here that you are dropping the 10-dash line claim of the People's Republic of China. And if so, I would also like to ask, if China doesn't really want to claim the entire South China Sea, how come you have reclaimed 7 maritime features that are originally unoccupied way back in 2012 and was completed in 2016? You have been mentioning this and relating it with Trump administration, but I have to remind you, the completion of those 7 maritime features was completed in 2016, a year before Donald Trump came to office.
Can you
Thank
keep your question brief? Otherwise, we will not have time for answers. Can you finish it? Yes. Okay, thank you. The other one down there.
Good afternoon. I'm from Faculty of International Study, Da Nang University. I have one question for Dr. Levin. Thank you for your sharing. It's very interesting. So my question is, to what extent do bilateral agreements and defense treaty with external powers such as the US, Australia, or Japan determine or conversely strengthen the overall unity and bargaining the power of ASEAN as a bloc? Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask the gentleman here and then the lady down there? Yes.
Yes, I'm from the EU delegation in Hanoi. So I'm very interested in this particular topic because we have seen something that has been very encouraging over the last couple of years, which is more cooperation between ASEAN claimant countries. But we're slightly confused as to what is happening in particular with the EEZ delimitation agreement between Vietnam and Indonesia, because we have not seen the ratification, even though it happened a couple of years ago. And would some of the panelists maybe care to comment on this? Because we found it terribly encouraging, but we don't understand why it's taking so long to ratify. Even maybe the chair could comment on it.
So the question is addressed to whom?
well, to the chair and also maybe Mr. Moon talking about ASEAN, but also some of the other panelists, because I think it was mentioned also by Mikhail.
Yes, yes. The lady down, please. You, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. So my name is Thao. I'm one of the DAV captain.
I think that I asked the one as the lady, yeah. Yes.
Hi, my name is Alisa. I'm one of the young leaders of the Young Leaders Program. And I want to direct my question also at Dr. Zhao Minghao, because you mentioned climate change at the end of your talk, which I thought was very interesting. And climate change really is one of the few issues, I'd say, where all claimant states have shared interests when it comes to adaptation and also mitigation. So what are some of the possibilities when it comes to cooperation on climate change in the South China Sea, but also some of the challenges?
Thank you. And then anyone from that side? Yes. Gentleman in the front and then gentleman down. Yes, you first. You first. Okay, okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm one of the young leaders this year. I wanted to ask all the panelists, you've started talking about this in part, but more directly. In the absence of trust and political will, where do you see the capacity for technical or operational cooperation between regional stakeholders? And not just great powers, not just claimants, bilateral, multilateral. I want to push you to sort of talk about not just the issues at hand, but where we could go with this in the future. Thank you.
Yes, you please.
Hello, my name is Peng Tian. I'm one of the young leaders this year. My question is direct to Dr. Chao regarding the notions of the revival of G2. There was one proposed and then, let's say, not interested by both Beijing and the Washington. So if it were really to happen in the meantime, is there changes in, let's say, China global aspiration or any rhetoric behind the revival of this G2 itself? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have two questions, online questions. So can you one address to Ms. Levin and the other one to Dr. Yana? So can you read down the question for the audience, Ms. Levin? That is a little bit provocative one.
Sure. So on the online question regarding how the U.S. downplaying UNCLOS and adopting a tougher stance toward China will either soften or embolden China in the South China Sea, I think that maybe it...
Okay, and then the other one for Yana. Can you just read out the questions? No, but the audience has to know what...
You want me to answer right now?
No, I want you just to read out the question for you.
Okay, yeah.
Uh,
You want me to read it?
Loudly,
okay,
yes.
I'm sorry. So the question to me, what is the potential of non-regional players to shape multilateral diplomacy in the South China Sea?
Yes, thank you. So those are the questions for this round. May I invite anyone who would like to start first? You have so many questions. Do you need a little bit more time for, so that Levin may go first? Professor Minghao.
Okay. I think the Academy should consider to pay me double honorarium. So quick response to this excellent question. The first thing is about China's claims over the South China Sea. Well, we don't have time to elaborate on it, but I would say, do you know the story of 11 dash line drawn by Republic of China in 1947? Do you know that's history? Wow, 9 dash line problem has a really complex historical background. We have participants from Taiwan. You know, before 1949, the Communist Party established the new Red China. Actually, it was Chiang Kai-shek regime, Republic of China, draw 11 dash line. So do you think the Communist Party of China would concede from that stance? So it's very, very complex. Secondly, our Russian partner even would not be supportive of China's claim over the South China Sea. You see the obvious disagreements between me and Yana, you know? So there's no such access of upheaval among China, Russia, DPRK, Venezuela. Second thing is about Philippines. can our Filipino friends learn some lesson from the policy practice of your previous government? I mean, Duterte administration. During Duterte time, actually, both sides managed the disputes very well. So I would say, in terms of the island reclamation or other construction over features, many colonial states, they are doing this. It's not so fair to just point our finger on China. The third thing is about, the climate change. Well, I would say, according to some U.S. defense intelligence assessment, in coming decade, the problems associated with climate change would be the major source of the security, now the traditional security conflicts in this region. So we can say the nexus between the climate change and the traditional maritime security concerns in this region. We need to use a strategic forecast perspective to identify the potential and possible challenges that may complicate the situation. G2, well, China does not like this term. But I do say there is an opportunity for both Washington and Beijing to enhance purposeful and meaningful exchanges. But I do say the Xi-Trump summit in Busan, ROK, is not an end to tensions. It's not a strategic reset for U.S.-China relations. It's just a tactical détente. But the question is that how should we take advantage of that tactical détente to do something meaningful to mitigate U.S.-China tensions? I think that can be helpful in terms of mitigating the tensions over the South China Sea issue.
Thank you very much. Ms. Levin, please.
Great. Well, there's so much to engage on. To start with the question, to what degree should the U.S. think about, I think, supporting ASEAN in its bilateral agreements or other arrangements? It's a really important question because it's so important for everything the U.S. Does on the South China Sea to support regional cohesion, regional cooperation, and wherever possible, the respective resolution of disputes among the Southeast Asian countries. And so, for example, where you see certain, let's say, mini-lateral groupings engaging on maritime security, such as the Quad, for example, with Australia, India, Japan, and the US, real efforts have been made to ensure anything to do with maritime security is fully complementary to ASEAN's own efforts, respectful of ASEAN centrality and consistent with the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. And that complementarity will be absolutely necessary to achieving anything like success in US objectives and supporting the region and achieving theirs. In terms of this online question, I think that, look, the most important thing the U.S. can do in deterring China's most, ambitious instincts in the South China Sea, whether that's taking 80% or 90 or 100. I think the most important thing the U.S. can do is strengthen its alliances and partnerships in the region, ensure that the United States is being as useful as possible to the maritime countries of Southeast Asia as they work, hopefully together, to uphold their own sovereign rights in the South China Sea. And also, it is important that the U.S. Communicate clearly with China on this issue, but whether it's about the significance of UNCLOS or other elements of U.S. policy, I think that communication with China, public or private, is largely about avoiding downside risk. It's avoiding the risk of inadvertent escalation, whereas the most substantive engagement, the most important engagement the U.S. can have on this issue is with its Southeast Asian partners. I have to bite on this axis of upheaval comment as well, because we've been encouraged to interact. I think that it's really interesting in the South China Sea context, because this is, as my colleague mentioned, such a challenging issue for Russia in that it has very close partnerships with Vietnam, with China, with other relevant countries. And so as we see Russia become increasingly dependent on China economically, financially, for support for the war in Ukraine, we've seen Russia start to make compromises to China, for example, expanding Chinese access in the Arctic, expanding Chinese access in Central Asia. We have not seen that yet in the South China Sea. But will we, as Russia continues to become kind of more dependent on Chinese support? I think that's an interesting thing to watch. And I have to also just briefly address this G2 question as well. I think it is honestly one of the most unfortunate messages to come out of the summit in Korea, because I take the point that China doesn't use the term G2, but we can go back to the very beginning of President Xi's first term, where he was looking to establish what was called a new type of great power relations, and the US rejected that term because our sense then, and arguably still now, or at least until very recently, was that US allies come first when we're looking at Indo-Pacific policy. And so I think that this G2 idea, just to go back to where the conversation started, Dr. Zhao mentioned that many regional players are relieved to see US-China tensions mitigated for now. But in my experience, countries in Southeast Asia especially, they always are mad at the US and China for one of two things. It is either that tensions are too high and there's a risk of inadvertent escalation, or it's that tensions are too low and partners are worried that the US will sell out their interests in some kind of G2 arrangement with China. And so it is always the obligation of the United States, if we want to maintain good partnerships in this critical part of the world, to be reassuring our friends that neither of those things are happening, and we understand our responsibility to avoid them while maintaining a responsible relationship with China. And so I don't think that this G2 comment sums up in practice the totality of the US approach to the region, and you can see that even in Secretary Hegseth's comments here in Vietnam and his very strong support for our allies and partners. But the message is still problematic and will be something the US needs to work to address going forward.
Thank you, Levin. There is one more question online. Can you just briefly address it? Is the US missing out on its potential influence in the region by specifically focusing on security?
It's a good question. I think there is a view in the current administration. I think that the military cooperation, maritime cooperation, can be separated out from the United States' economic engagement or even people-to-people engagement with the Indo-Pacific. I worry that that may not be a viable approach over the longer term, in part because, as we all know, this is a part of the world where the economic is the strategic. But also, it is so important that the US work to build trust with its friends in this part of the world. And ultimately, that cannot be achieved solely in the military domain. And so it is very important that the United States find opportunities to be credible and useful partners in the economic space as well.
Thank you, Levin. There is one question for Iana, so online, so I will read it out and then you will address all of them together. So the question to you is, if extra-regional players' involvement in the South China Sea is counterproductive, would you say Russia's engagement here in oil block exploration and minor exercises and military exercises is similar, and is it also taking side?
Yeah, so probably I will start with the first question on the screen. The question is, what is the potential of non-regional players to shape multilateral diplomacy in the South China Sea? It's a hard question because I just don't understand what does it mean multilateral diplomacy in this specific area. If you mean creating multilateral structures like AUKUS, like what? No, I don't think that's that has very positive, implications, for the South China Sea, situation. If you mean, speaking about multilateral diplomacy, you mean creating new, let's say, negotiating mechanism, like today during first section of first panel, we heard about this new mechanism that China created, like, what is it, International Organization of Mediation. I don't think that's also the solution, to the question. We have this UNCLOS, and we have mechanisms under UNCLOS. Why don't we use it? Why should we create something new, right? Because, yeah, we have it. If you mean, speaking about multilateral diplomacy, do you mean that non-regional actors should put more pressure on sides, involved in the territorial disputes? No, I don't think. I don't think they should put pressure either on, ASEAN countries which are involved or on China. It's also very counterproductive. I mean, if you need to get the solution, to this problem, let these countries, to see themselves, and, talk to each other. Just talk to each other. Because, like, my personal position, when non-regional players get involved in those kind of conflicts, it goes like really bad. I mean, that's what we see, for example, in the crisis in Europe or something like this. And I also have, I want to add several comments to what I heard from my colleague from the United States. She mentioned it for several times that Russia is kind of dependent on China. It's not. I mean, it's really a strange perspective. We very often hear this kind of stuff. But, like, Russia has a very long history of being a great power, and we know how to manage our relations with great powers. We know how to manage, how to, to construct, how to develop our relations with China. And it's very respectful relations. I mean, we respect each other, and it's not like we are putting pressure on each other. And I would be really grateful to hear from my American colleague if she can tell even one case when Russia went against its national interest in favor of China. I would be really happy to hear it. We always do everything in our national interest, but our national interest very oftenly, very, very close, I mean, very near to the Chinese national interest. So that's why sometimes we act, as a bloc or something like that. And speaking about, like, I mentioned that non-regional countries, many of them are kind of counterproductive in the South China Sea. When I say that, I mean mostly, military, kind of stuff. I mean, it's very good, when those countries are coming here, bringing economic prosperity, bringing maybe their, some solutions, for the South China Sea issue, which is very complicated. But, I really against this military stuff. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. The two gentlemen, Professor Dr. Bogus and Dr. Moon, if you have any comments.
Okay, there's one question to all the panelists about the trust, how we can build the trust. Well, I think we are incredibly lucky. No military personnel died yet. The last victims were Vietnamese Navy personnel in '86 when the Chinese shoot them. But we are incredibly lucky that now, these days, no one died from military personnel because this could trigger the real serious response. So, so far, unfortunately, we are just lucky because there is no restraint, there is no rules of engagement. So maybe the first step could be to create the rules of engagement. Personally, I don't believe it's gonna to happen. And then small comment to the Dr. Zhao, who said before that China built the military presence on the futures in the South China Sea in anticipation of the future possible military conflict with the US. In the room is plenty of the military personnel. Everybody will tell you that this military installation are completely useless in the case of the conflict between big powers. Unmobile, on the small land, in the fixed position, they'll cease to exist in the first hours of any conflict. They are used only for the projection of power in the peacetime. And there is a reason why they were built there, to project power in the peacetime, not for the hypothetical war with the US. And before I say the European Union is the part of the equation here. It is and it will be here, not only because of the interest, security, economical, but also by the citizens. 2 million French citizens living in the region of the Indo-Pacific. They are also EU citizens. And I know there are some countries in which citizens are disposable commodity, but not for us. We will take care as the community, following the solidarity. We'll take care for our citizens, EU citizens in this region, and will fight for their interest here and a better life. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Moon, please.
Just very briefly, there's a saying in the region, when elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. When elephants make love, the grass gets trampled as well. And the analogy is that ASEAN is the grass, yeah? And to follow on Dr. Levin's point, I think the soft spot is that we don't want relations between US and China to get too hot, too conflictual, nor to be too cold, to be frozen, it doesn't happen, yeah? So there should be certain balance, and this is where I think ASEAN comes in. Regardless whether it's too hot or too cold, ASEAN remains open for US and for China to work with each other within the EAS format, ARF, ADMM plus format, and also with us in that sense. So keeping ASEAN quote-unquote neutral, open, and not forcing us to take sides, but practically US does want us to take sides. China does want us to take sides, and the side they want us to take is their side in that sense. It's counterproductive. I think both parties would actually know. So for us, not taking sides doesn't mean that we should not take positions. Because the positions, international law, UNCLOS, these are positions that we should defend. And I see our friend, Dr. Zhao, also nodding his head. So we should not equate not taking sides as inaction. We should be, our action should be founded on principles and positions. So the challenge is to find out what that positions that one binds us together. I think the common denominator is rule of law, free trade, and in context of South China Sea, UNCLOS. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mike. I'm terribly sorry that we went over time for 20 minutes. And just the last question to the chair. The very good news that the two countries concluded the final draft of the treaty on the limitation of the EEZ. We are now working on our domestic procedures to ratify it. And normally those kind of treaties need 1 to up to 4 years to be ratified. So it's not out of our expectation that it takes time. And hopefully we'll get that result soon. So basically, thank you so much for all the panelists. Could you all join me for a big applause to our panelists? And to my colleagues sitting next to me, to Dr. Ming Shao, please make sure that you be here and your colleague will be here next time. Yeah, no pressure. Yes, thank you. Thank you all of you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short coffee break to 3:40. Please enjoy some refreshment outside before we move to the session 3. Online participants, keep the questions coming up. We really appreciate your valuable contributions.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat as the second three is about to begin. Thưa các quý vị đại biểu, thì vui lòng quay lại chỗ ngồi và chuyển điện thoại sang chế độ im lặng để session 3 của chúng ta sẽ được diễn ra ngay sau đây. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat quickly. Our session 3 is about to begin. Thưa các quý vị đại biểu, xin mời quý vị đại biểu quay lại chỗ ngồi, chuyển điện thoại về chế độ yên lặng để buổi tọa đàm của chúng ta sẽ được bắt đầu ngay sau đây ạ. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the conference. Our final sessions for day one, titled The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics, delves into how new technology is shaping the maritime strategic landscape. We are honored to have His Excellency Ito Naoki, Ambassador of Japan to Vietnam, as moderator of this session. Ambassador Ito Naoki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So first of all, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude and congratulations to DAV in organizing such a wonderful conference again this year. We have had two excellent panels this morning and this afternoon. So with the diverse and excellent panelists in this third session, I'm sure that this is going to be another informative as well as engaging panel discussions. So on this panel, we have Dr. Hugues Canuel, Adjunct Assistant Professor, Royal Military College of Canada, but currently you are based in Singapore. Yes. And then we have Dr. Sha Yi Chin, Assistant Professor, Department of International Business, Hainan University, Chinese Taipei. And the next panelist is Mr. Soham Agarwal, Associate Fellow, National Maritime Foundation, India. And then we have Dr. Samman Chun, Director, Center for Maritime Security, Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy. And one more panelist we have is a special panelist who came all the way from Odessa, Ukraine. So Dr. Hanna Celeste, Director, Security Studies and Global Outreach Program, Foreign Policy Council, Ukrainian Prism. So thank you, all the panelists, to participate at this session. So the title of this session is the uninterruption or interruption of maritime techno-politics. So the title of the session is not very easy to understand. And techno-politics, the word itself was a very unknown word to me, unless and until I was given this assignment about 1 week ago. But I'm sure that with the help of each one of the panelists, our audience will be in a position to learn more about techno-politics and where are we in terms of maritime strategy, geopolitics, with the surge of new technology and so forth. So let me first ask Dr. Hugues Caniel to make presentations. Maybe Captain, you make introductory presentations to bring the audience into the world of tech politics. So the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you to the organizers to invite me to join this august panel and this great conference. I recognize your strategy of having the least smart person on the panel speaking first. And speaking of which, for the organizers, I do have a PowerPoint, but I do not have a clicker. Nevertheless, I will carry on, and I do have to say the mandatory. I am here speaking in a personal capacity. My personal views should not be confused with the positions of the Canadian government or the Department of National Defense on any of the discussion this afternoon. That said, I do bring this discussion from a slightly different perspective than my fellow panelists. My talk today is academic, but shaped by day-to-day professional practice, intertwining maritime security and defense diplomacy. I spend much of my time not only studying maritime technology or governance problems, but watching them being lived, misinterpreted, and sometimes poorly translated into real policy and operational choices. Next slide, please. So what I want to offer today is not a national perspective, but a practitioner's view on how these accelerating technological transformations at sea are generating a new kind of uncertainty, not merely strategic or legal uncertainty, but practical uncertainty, the kind that practitioners must manage and mitigate in real time. It is this uncertainty that emerges when speed of interpretation exceeds the speed of verification, when human judgment struggles to keep pace with machine capability, and when norms have not yet caught up with reality. We often assume that new maritime technologies make the environment more coherent. More sensors promise more data. More autonomy promises greater reach, and more artificial intelligence promises deeper insight. In practice, however, we are seeing almost the opposite effect. It is not technology that destabilizes, it is the speed at which humans misinterpret what technology is showing them. Consider an uncrewed system crossing a maritime boundary. Is it a probe? Is it a malfunction or a deliberate message? When multiple future AI-assisted sensors fuse their outputs, Will we be converging on truth or simply amplifying bias? When states introduce some future dual-use capabilities in contested waters, will it signal restraint, deterrence, or coercion? This is where the uninterruption of maritime technopolitics becomes most acute. The pace of interpretation will outstrip the pace at which verification or confirmation can occur. This outcome is not hypothetical. It is being observed today during the conduct of NATO deterrence operations in European waters, in the conduct of surveillance operations in the Canadian Arctic, and in the conduct of South China Sea patrols, combining naval forces from littoral states and those of powers from beyond the region. In all theaters, the speed of technological diffusion increasingly challenges the human and institutional capacity to interpret accurately. Speaking of which, yes. These interpretive challenges can be presented as three interrelated forms of uncertainty. First, there's epistemic uncertainty, not knowing what is true. Sensors fail, data is incomplete, and verification mechanisms are limited. Over the Arctic, for example, satellite feeds may be inconsistent due to distortions from ionospheric scintillations, creating multiple plausible interpretations of satellite data simultaneously. Then there's attribution uncertainty, not knowing who is responsible. A transiting autonomous system might belong to a state actor, a university research program, or a commercial enterprise. Differentiating between these sources is often impossible without additional intelligence. And then there's intentional uncertainty, not knowing why an action occurs. Even when identity is clear, motivations often are not. Is a vessel's new operating pattern testing your rules of engagement, probing your surveillance networks, or merely conducting a routine patrol? Academics theorize these uncertainties at the systemic level. Practitioners experience them as an operational risk. Many escalations at sea will not necessarily begin with a deliberate decision. They may result from misinterpretation. The scarcest resource in maritime governments today is not data, it is shared interpretation. To illustrate, allow me to offer two comparative examples from beyond the South China Sea. First, there's the NATO operations in the North Atlantic area. NATO navies are now trying to integrate autonomous platforms and AI-driven sensors in the alliance's exercises and operations. The platforms themselves are highly capable, but the real challenge emerges when operators interpret their outputs in the context of multiple national doctrines, multiple communication protocols, and multiple decision-making hierarchies. NATO's solution has been to develop rigorous procedures for shared situational awareness, including standardized data formats, trust frameworks, and consultation mechanisms across its naval commands. These are not technological fixes, they are interpretive and procedural innovations designed to mitigate epistemic attribution and intentional uncertainty. As for the Canadian experience in the Arctic, environmental extremes exacerbate technological ambiguity. Sensors may misread the signature of large ice floes as actual vessels, satellite feeds may lag, autonomous platforms may behave unexpectedly under extreme conditions. Canadians and other partners of the Arctic Councils have learned to overlay multiple sensing methods, emphasize redundancy, and develop shared mental models of operational patterns. Again, the emphasis is not on producing more data or more machines, but on cultivating interpretive alignment. These comparative examples demonstrate that technological sophistication alone does not reduce uncertainty. It is the human institutional interpretation, the habit, protocols, and shared mental models of operators that ultimately stabilizes maritime environments. If governments focuses exclusively on physical capabilities or platform proliferations, it will fail. I submit that the real task is governments of interpretation. In the future, this could involve some of the examples listed on the slide here, ranging from baseline standards for AI-enabled maritime sensing, structured transparency mechanisms, confidence-building measures for autonomous systems, in addition to those for crewed vessels, and some non-escalatory pathways for clarifying anomalies before actors involved respond through force. These measures shift governance focus from regulating the objects, the ships, the platforms, the sensors, to regulating the logic of interaction. It is not presence alone that deters. We have moved from deterrence by presence to deterrence by perception. I believe that states are unlikely to sleepwalk into conflict because machines become smarter. They are more likely to sleepwalk into conflict because humans misread what machines are telling them. This carries profound implications for policy and research. Practitioners can never eliminate uncertainty entirely, but they can shape it, manage it, and embed it within their procedural and interpretive frameworks. Which leads me to this question. How do we build a common interpretative architecture before the technologies outpace our capacity to understand each other? Being the least smart guy in the room, I do not have an answer, but I look forward to share and discuss with our fellow academics, diplomats, and practitioners during the next few days, as well as long into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Kaniel, for your very good the analysis, and I'm sure that the analysis on these uncertainties, as well as the importance of this interpretive aspect, will be a very important basis to advance our discussions throughout this panel, and hopefully you will give us some hint of the answer, what sort of architecture might be possible in the future later on. So next we have Dr. Chin, so floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Jin Sui from National Taipei University, Taiwan. It's a great honor to join this important conference and thank and the organizer for this opportunity. Today, I will show how artificial intelligence and the unmanned maritime systems and the changing the South China Sea. The blue light, excuse me, my PowerPoint, thank you. The blue light and the chart, the imaging show how technology and the law meet in the modern ocean governments. The South China Sea is one of the busiest sea areas in the world. About 80% of global trade move through here. This picture reminds us that the sea is not only about the politicals, but also about the new technology and the cooperation. About 80% of world trade pass here. Nearly $5 trillion each year. Resource across 3.5 million km. From early test to real use, AI and unmanned system moved fast. From lab to open sea, so law must keep pace. AI is changing how we watch the sea, collect data, and respond to risk. It also helps rebuild trust between countries. Beyond power, we still need laws to keep the game safe and fair for everyone. Their photo, me in spatial operations training in Taiwan, right? And a unmanned ship built by Taiwan's private industry. AI has many rules at sea. It helps the sea observation, watching ocean routes, and collecting data. It can using big data and smart models to study waves, corrects and weather. AI also supports rescue, pollution checks, and port safety. Together, their tools make our ocean work faster, safer, and smarter. This slide shows two sides of technology. It can build peace and cause tension. On the left, cyber diplomacy means countries talk share data. On the right, we see both cooperation and the conflict. Sharing builds trust. We heeding creates fear. Communication is a key to peace. In the South China Sea, we need more dialogue, not more distance. UNCLOS already has clear rules for normal ships and naval vessels, but for unmanned ships and donors at sea, the rule on control, safety, and responsibility, and still not ready. We must make the rule clear. Who is responsible after and inside, and how to solve crimes. In the middle images, you can see two key steps. The first one shows inside the responsibility. We will still have the gray areas on who should take the blame. The second on the shore monitoring system, which help connect data and give fair advance for both sides. Step by step, trust monitoring and the real cooperation, we close these legal gaps. This slide shows the three layers of law that guide a manned system. First, national law. It covers rejection, safety, and control in the country. Second, international law, based in the UNCLOS, especially Article 56, 58, 94, 242, and 301. This deal with rights, safety at sea, and peaceful use. Third, technical standards, such as the IMO entering guidelines, which give real rules for ships and drones. When these three layers work together, we get clear governments and the new ocean era. A clear firms link monitoring, sharing, and responsibility. So discuss are fast, fair, and open. At the International Sustainability Forum, Lotte World Tower, Korea. Monitoring management, sharing, tension, reduction, innovation, cooperation, 6 simple steps, and steady the sea. Joint work and open data reduce, build sport and misreading, and to faster weigh the law risk. In the South China Sea, some countries are showing monitoring data. Different views remind bid safety and the transparency still grow. That is why many studies and call for dialogues under the international law. The Taiwan Ocean Affairs Council has worked for many years to support the South China Sea and protect the ocean. And the world has seen these affairs. We hope to cooperate precarity with all parents and build the sustainability ocean future together. We join science, AI, and the law into the system, clear rules and sure data support, climb hitting the new case, like the Lady Justice, on the head hold the sword, to the other hold the law. AI amended the system, change operation safety. Schism by the Dr. Joseph John, used by the US EPA, showed how science built models that the law can rely on. This roadmap shows our path from technology trust. Each step builds the next one. In the 2026 and the 2027 and the 2028 and the 2029. This modern plan is the sustainable path toward and the stable and the peaceful ocean. Over the years, with my humble understanding of international law, I have been working to connect and with climate diplomacy and climate finance. This experience taught me one key lesson: real progress needs both law and technology. That way, education is so important. Lawyers should understand technology, and engineers should learn law. Only through cross-field training can be built better rules and a safer ocean. Here shows is teaching at the National Sangyashan University in Taiwan. The South China Sea is our sure future. Let law, technology, and the peace stay together. That shows the beautiful underwater world of the Lanyu Island, Taiwan. I warmly welcome all our international friends to find a chance to visit Taiwan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shiri Ichin, for your wonderful presentation, which explains to us the concrete example of those technological advancement which are affecting the activities on the maritime activities. Also showed us some of the potential issues such as a legal gap or conflict versus cooperation and potential regional cooperation, as well as some of the, I think, asymmetries of technological development between those related countries. So next, please, Mr. Soham Agrawal. So you have a very expert knowledge on this submarine communication cables. Please.
Thank you, Your Excellency. In the same breath, I would like to thank Dr. Hung Son and Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for this invitation and warm hospitality. So, ladies and gentlemen, I aim to contextualize the panel theme and this discussion to the context of submarine communication cables. And I aim to highlight how submarine communication cables have become the subject and the means for maritime technopolitics, not only in this region, but globally. And by the end of it, I want to demonstrate that how great power competition, including between the US and China, has not spared this domain either. And the main idea is how there are 4 main producers of cable technology which manufacture the submarine cable and can operate the system as well, which are Subcom in the US, Alcatel in France, NEC in Japan, and very recently HMN Tech in China. So the basic competition lies in HMN Tech trying to capture a greater market share in producing and operating these cable systems, and the Americans trying to deny them the opportunity. Now, why does the US want to do that? They want to do this because they believe that the cybersecurity threat to cables is the highest threat perception that they face. While a lot of conversation about cables has focused on the protection against physical disruption of these cable systems, the Americans believe that cybersecurity threats, especially through the introduction of Trojan backdoors in manufacturing of these systems, results in the easiest manifestation of this threat profile. And it is for this specific reason that they believe that HMN Tech should not be allowed to manufacture these cables globally, because the cable system is globally interconnected. The manifestation of this threat in one part of the world can easily be manifested in the other part as well. So my presentation shows what are the 3 ways in which this entire technopolitics manifests. First is the legal and diplomatic leveraging to promote the utilization of national capacities for the manufacturing of submarine communication cables. The other 2 are the means through which it's done, strategic investments in regional cable connectivity projects, especially in the Pacific Island states, and also the development of new sensing technology in particular, but also the utilization of the cables itself for underwater sensing, which demonstrates how cable protection has provided the impetus and the political impetus for states to invest in these technologies, which often have dual-use applications. So the case of the CME-V6, I think it's the most well-documented case of diplomatic leveraging, with the United States using the carrot and stick approach to ensure that HMN Tech does not win the contract as the L1 bidder for manufacturing and laying the cable system. So they initially offered training grants and subsidies to the consortium members of CME-V6 to drop HMN Tech, and when that didn't work, then they threatened to sanction HMN Tech, which had separated from Huawei in this case, and then that would affect the participation of hyperscalers such as Meta and Google, which were one of the biggest capacity purchasers on the cable. So in that way, we see how the carrot and stick approach and the diplomatic leveraging by the United States played a role in determining who the supplier would be, which was hitherto a purely commercial decision by most consortium players. Also, so now while the previous action governed market access, this is how they want to control the capability to produce such technology. So very recently, the Undersea Cable Control Act was passed, and the entire aim of this act was to prevent foreign adversaries from acquiring the ability to construct, maintain, and operate undersea cable projects, and also demonstrates how they are considering, they being the United States, an export and transfer control mechanism for manufacturing of cables. They've also enacted national mechanisms wherein all foreign participation is reviewed. A state of emergency has been declared in the United States with respect to securing the supply chain for information technology products, and also the requirement of signing network security agreements, which details out which product is being utilized, what's the serial number, the batch number, who the provider is, and that's the kind of detail in which security clearances are required in the United States. Now, what about the regional measures? So under the Quad Partnership for Cable Connectivity, the US has launched the Cables program. This program is being led by AP Telecom, which is a consultant firm, and their entire job is to identify and to tell regional partners, even though it says their job is providing technical capacity and cooperation. A lot of it goes in identifying why trusted telecommunication networks is important and why HMN Tech would not necessarily be the most reliable partner in this respect. And we've seen recently, so Vietnam is really focusing on expanding the number of communication cables that connect to Vietnam, and AP Telecom has held conferences in Vietnam and leveraging Vietnamese diplomats as to why HMN Tech might not be the appropriate supplier for these products. Similar conferences have also been held in India. With respect to Australia as well, so the second prong of my presentation which said that strategic investments are being made. So Australia launched the Center for Cable Connectivity and Resilience, and their primary role is to support Pacific partners in providing cable projects. And a lot of the times, these projects are interconnected to larger cable projects in the region. So by default, your supplier for the other project would be the supplier for the project in the Pacific as well. So moving outside just how supply chain geopolitics is working, I would also like to highlight how submarine communication cables is used as an impetus to develop technologies and dual-use technologies that too. So France is one of the only nations to have a public strategy on seabed warfare. Submarine communication cables is a central aspect of that technology, and much of it focuses on developing French capability to go up to 6,000 meters and effectively monitor and take action at 6,000 meters of depth. And they've also tried to operationalize this aspect by integrating private sector AUVs into their CONOPS, or at least develop a CONOPS that integrates private sector assets and will have specific technology that allows it to monitor, allows it to communicate with the mother vessel, communicate to shore, and also take action with deployments if required. So we see that because of submarine communication cable protection, what's happened in the Baltic, the threat profile and threat perception has raised to such a level that diplomatic and political will can be created to develop such technologies as well. We've seen this sort of deployment in the Baltic Sea as well through Operation Baltic Sentry, through which NATO member states aim to coordinate the deployment of undersea assets in the Baltic Sea. So just the final leg, I'm running out of time, as to why and how cables themselves can also be utilized for sensing, and which can have dual-use applications as well. So investment in distributed acoustic sensing technology, which was led by the private sector, but has also gained a lot of interest within military circles and departments within the military that are responsible for technological innovation and development, that allows not only for cable protection, but also research is being done on vessel identification. So can we use distributed acoustic sensing to identify what the speed of the vessel is? Through its acoustic signature, can we classify it? Can we say what its bearing is and where it's coming from? All of this is also being expanded into using sea-to-shore communications. So currently, if you want to communicate from underwater to the shore, you would either require a surface buoy, or you would require your particular asset to surface and provide a satellite interconnectivity from sea to shore. But submarine communication cables, through submarine communication cables, they are testing and researching whether we can transfer information from sea to shore as well. And this has applications for AUV operations, because now it's possible for the AUV for uplink communication from the AUV to shore via the communication cable, and downlink response from shore to sea as well. So this can increase your operational deployment time and can significantly alter your seabed warfare operations. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. In talking about the importance of submarine communication cables, we all are aware that this area is very, very important for the economic security. So you talked about the Vietnam's example, but I'm sure that ASEAN-wide this sea cable, undersea cable importance is going to be enhanced in terms of economic security. So in that sense, I thought that your presentation was very, very useful and informative. Thank you so much. Next speaker will be Dr. Sam Chun from Korea. Please.
Before I begin, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to the President of DAF for this wonderful opportunity to speak here. I actually submitted my paper just according to the deadline given to me, but I received some feedback from an organizing committee that I needed to add more about the clear and concrete example just to my paper. So in this time, I just complement my paper that is already submitted to the committee with what I'm going to say right now. The view I'm going to be with in this presentation is solely my own. They do not represent the official position of my institution, nor do they reflect the policy of the government of the Republic of Korea. I believe we are all familiar with concepts such as geopolitics and geoeconomics, but the notion of tech politics or technopolitics has only recently emerged in academic discourse. So considering the time limit, I'd like to focus on the impact of technological development on the distribution and the dynamics of power in this strategically vital maritime region in the context of a security and military dimension, using some example where the cutting-edge technologies are employed. First, when we refer to advanced technology or cutting-edge technology, they mostly equipped with AI technology. AI-driven or AI-powered or AI-enabled technologies themselves do not have to be viewed as being benign or being maligned with bias. I mean, those technologies need to be viewed without prejudice. But the problem with the newly emerging technologies operated by the AI is that they can be used for dual purpose in the area like South China Sea. They can blur the distinction between civilian and military applications. This blurred distinction can cause strategic instability, and it can erode trust, and it can generate legal ambiguity. Systems like AI can be designed for peaceful uses, such as research, resource management, and search and rescue, and etc. But it can also be quickly repurposed for surveillance, intelligence gathering, or military operations like tracking foreign vessels or blocking others. This dual use of the advanced system can make intent harder to verify and can fuel suspicion among regional actors. Think about the various types of unmanned drones operating autonomously and independently at surface, and underwater, in the air. As we know, international law, especially UNCLOS, is designed to address almost exclusively on platforms like warships, not unmanned drones, operated largely by the AI system. If we use autonomous drones just for peaceful purpose, it's not a problem in the context of international law. But if those AI-driven systems are employed in a malign way in security and defense context, it is destabilizing rather than stabilizing, especially in sensitive areas like EEGs or contested water, because there are no legal measure we can use for deterring and preventing those malign activities employing the advanced technologies. In this situation, where it is not easy to invoke the relevant law when one country deploys dual-use systems, the better way to respond is that the same method in kind should be employed. However, as anticipated, this type of action-reaction cycle are sure to lead to arms race and to undermine trust and lead to make diplomatic or crisis management much harder. These are regions where maritime cooperation, dialogue, or joint initiatives become less feasible. Second, another problem is with what you call the black box, which is the decision-making mechanism embedded in the AI system. In general, we understand that the use of AI technology can help limit escalation and stabilize situation early. But if the AI mistakenly identifies a target object, then it could result in serious diplomatic fallout. Let me give you some example of how the mistake made by the AI can be serious in real situation. When we crack down on vessels engaged in illegal fishing, we are targeting the illegal fishing itself, not the crew on board. Therefore, to stop the activity while observing the principle of proportionality, it is preferable to use non-lethal means such as a water cannon rather than conventional weapons. In seeking ways to disable a ship's exhaust funnel or its propulsion, water cannons should be aimed precise at the vessel's structure. Of course, achieving that level of accuracy requires using AI technology to ensure precise targeting. But as you know, decision-making process in the black box inside the advanced AI system can be hidden and complex. Thus, people outside the system might not know exactly why and how the AI decided to do something. In high-pressure environment or with imprecise data, AI could make mistakes, such as targeting humans by misidentifying them as part of the ship. Therefore, whenever AI systems are used in law enforcement settings, strong supervision, clear decision boundaries, and regular testing are necessary to prevent unintended harm and disaster. Last, the issue I want to address last is the attribution and the accountability problem normally arising when the newly emerging or advanced technology like AI is employed in coercion activities. Think about, again, the black box characteristics. When coercion activities using the AI violate international norms agreement, determining who is responsible becomes a major issue, especially since blame could fail upon the system operator controlling the technology, the commander giving orders, or even the designers who create the AI itself. The complex and layered decision-making in such system make it difficult to precisely identify who should be held accountable if operation escalate or cause harm, especially when automated system act with limited human oversight. Now, what we have to do in order to solve this issue, I have brought in here. At the regional level, Southeast Asian nations should prioritize establishing a multilateral maritime AI governance framework through ASEAN and similar forums like this conference. We can build the competence through transparency measures and information sharing protocols. This could include creating regional code of conduct for AI-enabled maritime operations, establishing notification mechanisms for autonomous system deployment in contested water, and developing joint instant investigation procedure to reduce misunderstanding and prevent escalation. At the international level, existing institutions such as the International Maritime Organization and UNCLOS process must be strengthened and adapted to address AI-specific challenge through comprehensive regulatory frameworks. In fact, there are more I can say about today's topic, but I need to stop here due to the time limit. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salman Chun, for your presentation focusing on IT technology. And your presentation showed some of the commonalities of issues which the previous speakers highlighted, including this legal gap of current international law such as UNCLOS, also the issue of dual purposes having upon strategic instability, as well as this issue of attribution and accountability. So I think issue-wise, the speakers are talking about the same agenda which we need to address in light of the implications which those emerging technology have. Thank you. And our last speaker is Dr. Hannah Celeste. The topic of her presentation is Lessons from the Black Sea to the South China Sea. So she'll be sharing with us the Ukrainian experience for a symmetric solution to guarantee the enemy denial capability during this recent ongoing war against Russia. So please.
Thank you, Ambassador. First of all, let me express the gratitude that Ukraine for the first time is present at this respectful conference. And my pleasure is double because I just remind to myself about the very long maritime contacts between Ukraine and Vietnam, because I learned the name Da Nang when my father was coming here in the 1980s on the ship of the Black Sea Shipping Company. So that's definitely clear demonstrating that our contacts are much longer than even Ukrainian current stage of independence. And I hope that it would develop. Considering, as I have a really problem being the last one. One thing is the good thing. You already heard a lot, so I can skip it in my presentation and fit into the time that I have. But on the other time, I need really to entertain you with something that you haven't heard yet. And that is, here we're in the situation that considering that Ukraine is the maritime state, that is one of the few who is with the current war, including in the maritime domain. And we speak a lot about the land domain, but not that much about the maritime domain of the Russian-Ukrainian war. We have certain lessons to learn. And I could speak for hours about what we had at the previous sessions about the gray zones or hybrid warfare, about the lawfare, manipulation of UN clause and others. You can breathe out. I'm not going to speak about this. But we will concentrate only on three things that are really important beyond the Black Sea. Because we already see a lot of the lessons, not only the best practices that the good guys are learning, but the bad practices that the other side is learning. And analyzing the scenarios, for example, for the maritime exercises in the Middle East, in some Latin American places, and extremely here in Southeast Asia, I see exactly the scenarios of what already happened in the Black Sea in 2018 and 2021, and definitely the lessons that we learn from the practical activities here. So the three things that I would like to concentrate my time. It is the jamming spoofing problem. It is the protection of the misuse of the critical infrastructure, because we will speak both positive and negative here, and definitely the maritime drones, something to entertain us in the very end. So jamming and spoofing is definitely not a new problem if you think about it. We use it for decades, depending how the electronic warfare being developed. The problem is that when we are speaking about the territories or areas with the intense civilian navigation, and especially when we are speaking about the crisis situation but not the open war situation, usually we are not closing these territories for the navigation. And here is the question, that when you speak about jamming and spoofing problem in the land and air warfare, what we have? You either have this problem at the front line, so you assume that you don't have so many civilian activities around, so you don't care being a military, or you have it for the limited period of time in the cities. For example, when it is the air defense, in Kyiv it's impossible to catch a taxi because Uber will show that you are in Lima. But you understand that it is 1 hour of the Shahed attack, you can survive it. Now we are turning to the sea. What to do, considering that here you need your GPS system, you need all these additional technical, and unfortunately not so many young sailors really know how to act only with the stars, and that is the problem that a lot of captains are speaking about. We use to all these technologies that we have at the civilian ships. And here, for example, when you speak with the operators of the air drones, they already learned how to work in the conditions of the intense electronic warfare. They work without GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System. They just compare the actual maps with the visuals, what they have in the optics of their cameras. It is not that easy when you speak about the maritime domain because terrain is different. You don't have so many objects where to concentrate your attention or identify where you are. But the second thing is that commercial ships would not act like this. So if you look to the many of the actual photos of, for example, open the marine traffic and sometimes look where the ships are positioning, because we're using jamming and spoofing for several reasons. Reason number one is intimidation. Reason number two is disruption of the activities. Reason number three is protection of your own ships. So, for example, a lot of the Russian military ships, Navy ships, would show that they are not in Crimea, but in Moscow airport. You understand that it is a little bit far. But that is okay for this ship. Partially, we don't care. They just don't want it to be attacked. But how many other ships are around and how it influences them and how it can influence the safety of navigation about which we talked about. And here is definitely the question is what other methods we can have. Because very often, and here we are coming to the second issue, it is the protection of the civilian infrastructure. First of all, we are speaking definitely about the ports, the seaports, and all our countries, we depend on the sea trade. We depend on our port activities even during the war. You need the ships coming and going. But as the practice demonstrated, ports, despite all the UN clause, forget about this gentleman agreement, it is the first line of attack. Because you always can say that port is used for something, doesn't matter what is reality on the ground. You're attacking it, how you can protect it. Can you put the proper air defense to the port? Sometimes no, and that is the challenge for the tactical and technological solutions that we may need for the ports. Because as soon as you are stationing a proper air defense system, you are becoming the legitimate target. How can you protect from the maritime drones? De facto, the whole coastal defense being built on the artillery. Artillery is not effective, coastal artillery, against the maritime drones. And now what we see, it is more and more attacks by the maritime drones, especially the kamikaze drones, against the port infrastructure. We had it in Odessa, we had it in Ismail, if to speak about Ukraine, and you had it intensely in different ports of occupied Crimea, or even that far as Novorossiysk. So with this, it is the question, what technological decisions we can bring if electronic warfare is not a solution, and if the classical coastal defense is not a solution over there. But here is another issue is, we just spoke about the cables, but we have it more and more that cables and the pipelines are used the same as the oil drilling platforms as the places to set all the equipment for surveillance, monitoring, for the spy activities, and for the disruption activities. So here is the question is our civilian infrastructure that is used for the military purposes, and you already see it in Baltics, you see it in the Black Sea, you see it in the Nordic. It is really a widespreading method of the warfare, I would say, because understanding that you're using it not for the industrial espionage, but you're using for the military purposes. But can we target the pipeline? Can we target the cable? How it influences the third nations? And at the last 3 minutes that I have, well, let's speak about the maritime drones. One of the first questions that we are definitely asking, are they a game changer? What are they changing? Ukraine lost 75% of our navy after occupation of Crimea in 2014. All of us are dreaming about big ships, let's be honest. To be a captain on the big ship is something that as soon as you wear the uniform, you're dreaming about. But it's expensive and sometimes absolutely usefulness. I remember when we were drafting the first ever Ukrainian Navy strategy in 2018. And one of the first questions that we asked, okay, we don't have resources, we don't have money. Should we speak about the platforms or about capabilities? At that time, Navy people said that, okay, maritime drones maybe for reconnaissance a little bit and for demining activities. That's maximum what they could see when they spoke about the maritime drones. 5 years later, what the maritime drones are doing, you would say, on the ground, on the sea, let's say. So de facto, the current maritime drones, and we are speaking about at least 10 different modifications, and it's developing constantly. The biggest are 7 meters lengths, so I assume it is 2/3 of this podium. It's already not classical. They can be as a torpedo, a smaller spot. There are developments of the underwater drones, not that much, but the main functions, we started from the surveillance and reconnaissance. We started for their activities as the kamikaze drones, so we are targeting ships, we are targeting ports, we are targeting other objects that are more or less stable. But we are also starting to use them with the machine guns and as the air defense elements. In December 2024, the Magura drone already intercepted helicopters and even the jet. So it is absolutely different capability that drones are using. But now we're starting using them, the Barracuda drones, for the evacuation, something that we were not thinking about previously. So you already have the empty hole inside where you can put the wounded soldiers, for example, and evacuate them to the shore. And with what I will finish, just with a few seconds, because I'm not going to answer your all the questions. I would like to raise more questions, and we are speaking about the future. The challenges that we need to think about when we speak, especially about the maritime drones. So first of all, it is definitely the problem of connectivity. It's not only electronic warfare, but in general, how to have a stable signals, especially when you're making the longer distance, and now we have them up to 800 kilometers operation range. Stability, because of the waves, that's again is speaking about the conditions in which we are operating. As for now, we have them available up to level 3 of the waves, not that much, let's be honest. Then it is the stability for the operations. If you're using machine gun, you would like it to be stable. Yep, you don't want it to be acting. Then it is definitely the bigger size, the easier interception. Where we go? To the smaller size, less capacity, maybe less distance, less warhead, but less possibility for detect, or we are going with a bigger size, longer range, but easier to identify with the current things. And the last but not the least, are we ready for the drones-to-drones warfare? When we speak about land, we already have it, and it is the huge challenge. Are we ready for the maritime drones against maritime drones warfare when you speak about the certain territories, let's say not so big Black Sea, and even the biggest Southeast China Sea, but still, considering how many islands and everything you have, it is the small operational areas for these, and what impact it can have both for the Navy activities and for the civilian navigation activities.
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences in the recent war vis-à-vis Russia. So we'll move on to this question and answer time. So I will open the floor. So if anybody has question or comment, I think there are 2 or 3 hands. Maybe the lady in white first.
Thank you. My name is Mai, from a young leader from Diplomatic Academy. I have a question for Dr. Hanna Shelley with regard to Russia. I recently read a publication from a think tank that really attracted my curiosity over what is called the shadow fleet of Russia in the Black Sea. That poses not only environmental concern, but also false data and security concerns. So in your experience as an expert in the Black Sea. And I believe that this is a suitable question to ask you. What experience in technology that has been used with regard to this matter? And are there any implications in technology to give to South China Sea, because there are a large number of ships passing by this South China Sea every year around the world? Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, the man behind the last row, yes.
I'm very thankful to have a chance to be in here, and I would like to ask Mr. Kenios about your concern about uncertainty as machine learning develop days by day, especially in the modern times. For me, I feel like the whole process of your explanation, I do understand, and I think it is like using machines against machines, which means like habits cure habits. So I would like to know that like the AI is from the human. Is from human, which it learns all the habits of humans, and also like the point and the goal of the human who developed it. So is it possible to end the Tom and Jerry game by instead of trying to solve or develop a machine that can tackles all the problems by just find the person behind it, and also we use flexible approaches like policies or actions, so that like that person and you work together and then like come up with more peaceful ways to solve the problem, rather than having to deal with uncertainties days by days. And that's my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more question? Only the young students or young leaders asking question. So yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to have a question to Dr. Celeste. The aspiration to develop technologically is for every country. In your experience, what's the quickest way to develop one country's technological base, while at the same time guarding its sovereignty, technological sovereignty? So what do you think is the best strategy for countries to achieve that objectives?
Thank you. There are two questions through the online. The first question is addressed to Dr. Chin. Question is, in what ways can artificial intelligence and unmanned technologies contribute to improving safety in the South China Sea? And the second question through online is, what is the key legal issue currently facing the operation of unmanned vessels? Maybe this question can be addressed to someone. Yes, if that's okay. If there is no other question, so maybe first I'll ask Captain to answer the question.
Thank you for thank you for excellent and challenging question, actually. As we indeed confront uncertainty in several levels. One of the issues with integrating artificial intelligence into our military operation is that it can very easily, or it will assist the various phases of military operation, but ultimately this leads to the use of force or not. So, as you know, a long-standing tradition, for lack of a better term, is to try to get into the enemy's OODA loop. OODA loop basically observe, orient, decide, and act. So gaining technological advances through improved sensors, improved equipment, and eventually the use of artificial intelligence to gather all of this information, analyze all of this information, and allow somebody to make a decision on this information that has become intelligence is the challenge of where to put that line. So obviously we will be most military navies, and now in a region like the South China Sea, Coast Guards facing each other's will be trying to leverage these new technologies as much as possible. But the question is, between the various countries involved, between the various organizations facing each other, I'm concerned that they will put that red line at a different place from their various perspective. The red line of who and how much do you allow the machine to make a decision or to drive the engagement or the confrontation forward. So I believe you're very right in raising the matter of flexible approaches. But the problem we are facing now are even alliances, countries or navies within the same alliances, when it comes to dealing with artificial intelligence, are moving at different speeds. So by the end of the Cold War, in the early post-Cold War eras, we had alliances like NATO and other organizations who had eventually reached a level where they had systems in place that were allowing allies or allowing ships from different nations to operate as part of a single task group that were able to coordinate the gathering of information, the analysis of information, and even the coordination of engagements between them. However, at this stage, given the lack of governance, those elements are developing at different speeds within an alliance. So now if we're taking this to the next stage, such once again in the South China Sea, where we're looking at partner navies working together, not allied navies, partner navies that are struggling to develop the level of interoperability and the level of common procedures required to coordinate their actions during the kind of interactions that are happening is my primary concern in terms of developing that governance and the urgent need, I believe, for a way ahead to be found in that domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Kanil. Can I ask Dr. Chin to reply?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this question. AI and the unmanned system improve safety in 3 ways, I think. First, they help us watch the sea more clearly with real-time data and early warning. Second, they reduce human risk by doing dangerous missions, like a storm, monitoring, or search and rescue. Third, they build transparency. When data is shared, trust and cooperation can grow. So technology becomes not a threat, but a tool for peace. The main legal challenge is not the current maritime law was writing for many ships. We still lack clear rules for control safety and the responsibility. We know crow in the board. UNCERTAINTIES give us the base, but we need updates and sure the standards, especially for cross-border use. In short, law catching up and the technology and the cooperation will make that process faster and safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ching. Samman, could you also give
Yeah.
answer to this legal gap issue?
When we refer to security, it is about trust or confidence. If we do not have any trust in our opponent, we begin to feel insecure. I mean, there is no security anyway. So, like my Canadian friend said, the presence is not a big issue, but the perception is a big issue, especially in deterrence. So, in context of AI, we don't know the exactly the intention they use the technology like AI. But it's not easy to ask them about the intention to use AI. If the opponent or our counterpart or the other rival try to use AI, then in terms of competence of the trust, it's not easy to build trust in order to feel secure. Think about their technology in nature. In military side, if we use something like AI, it may be good for our security or even our economic purpose or the other purpose. That's why I said it's a dual purpose, dual use. So in the area of traditional military forces, military means, then we have tried to build some competence or trust through the exchanging of officers as observer or the prior notification. There are a lot of things to make sure our exercise, our capability is not offensive. So that's the best way to make the other side feel secure. That's what it works. But in gradient area like using the AI, it's not easy to build the confidence or the trust. That's why we need to have some governance or some regulation or laws to make them transparent rather than opaque. Thank you.
Thank you, Samman. Hannah, sorry to keep waiting. The two questions are addressed to you. Thank you.
Thank you. The first question was connected with the environmental impact. I hope that I understood it correctly because from there the sound is a little bit echoing. I would say that currently, at least what we see in the Black Sea region, the biggest environmental impact is from the regular warfare rather than from the use of the new technologies. So first of all, it is very classical mines, sea mines, that in 2022 was thrown by the Russian Federation to the Black Sea without any control, and 3 years after each storm, they are just coming to the shore and explode. And considering the geography, it is impossible just to catch them. I can't imagine how many years you need, considering that we are still catching some of the mines from the Second World War. It is just the strengths, it is just the territory, it's impossible to fully do it like it was done in 1982 in the Suez, for example. Here, it is narrow, you just mine sweeping it. We don't have this privilege. So that is the huge issue because it's influenced, first of all, dolphins and the ships, and we had one of the biggest amount of the killed dolphins because of these mines in the sea as they are exploding during each storm. The second problem was also very conventional and again a very old tactics that you would go even before the Second World War is when 2 years ago Russia blown up the hydroelectric station and the dam in Kakhovka. So try to imagine that all this fresh water not only flooded many of the villages, but it just went to the sea. And at least for the months, all coastal waters were not salted waters, but fresh waters. Immediately, you can imagine the impact on the biodiversity, on the of all the fish and everything what's been happening here. So it's not the new technologies; it is all the tactics and the old weapons that can influence it. Because most of the new technologies, as they are smaller, they don't have so many of the harmful elements inside of them compared to the big ships, for example, or of the old types of the weapons. And that can change, definitely. That's something we should be aware, but as for now, it's not the primarily. The technological sovereignty, you know, it is a really good question, but here I think that we need to think about several issues. Issue number one, that when you speak about drones especially, their cycle of development and improvement is so quick that very often when somebody even got your technology, you're probably already several cycles ahead of it. So the technology is becoming outdated that quickly that you cannot say when you're speaking about the Patriot system, for example, or the tank. You don't have the same quick developments. Here, the first time we used maritime drone was September 2022. Where we are now, it is absolutely, if you look to the year characteristics, it's like sun and soil. So that's why I think that here we are thinking more about competition rather than preserving of the secrets, because these secrets can be very outdated the next months. The second issue is more about with whom you would like to share these capabilities, and even in terms of competition or something, to whom to give these capability. I think that here we are going the same way as with any other type of the equipment. We're thinking first of all about who are your allies, who are your strategic partners. And for example, now Ukraine is developing the character parameters, whom we name which category of the strategic partners. And one of the reasons we would like to understand with whom we can share our new technologies and innovations, and with whom we can trade in arms, not just from the purely commercial activities. I believe that with the maritime drones, the same with any other type of the military, we would think about this in terms of political issues rather than just a technical issue. The only thing is that to develop maritime drone is much easier than to develop tank or something. So I can imagine that in 10 years, we would have not 5 countries who are capable to produce it, but it would become something closer to the proper machine gun that you have so many countries around the world being capable of doing it. The question would be quality as usually, but that's another question, and that's, again, as with any type of the competition, quality is what we are choosing.
Thank you, Hannah. So if there's anybody who has a question before concluding this session, yes, there are 2 hands, the Spanish ambassador.
To the panel for an eye-opening discussion. I would like very briefly to go back to what has already been mentioned, the shadow fleet of Russia, which I think is just not only in the Black Sea, and it poses threats to the environment and to safety of navigation, among other issues. It has been mentioned also during the discussion, the different interventions in the panel, that UNCLOS, the law of the sea, has some loopholes. It's not covering all the different situations that we are facing nowadays. So I wonder if this shadow fleet could be one of these loopholes. If we don't have in UNCLOS the elements to cope with this situation, and if we don't have, which would be the perspectives to deal with this?
Thank you. So, yes, please.
So hello everyone, my name is Lin from the Young Leadership Program, and I have one question for Dr. Sheng-Yi Chin from the Taiwan. You have mentioned that lawyers should understand the technologies and engineers should learn the law. So my question is, how can the lawyers and engineers can cooperate to share their knowledge and build a clearer understanding of technology-related political issues? And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. My question direct to Captain Kanul. Can you elaborate a little bit about the point that you make about deterrent by perception? In your view, will it go along, deterrent by present and deterrent by perception? Will they go along in security terms based on your defense experience? The second one is more related to technology and world order. From the past, from the first industrial revolution until now, which country that lead the core technology or very influential in core technology tend to play a very important role in shaping world order. The British during the first industrial revolution, the American during the second and third industrial revolution. Now there are races for the AI technology. So to the captain also, do you think that the current international instruments are enough to manage this kind of fast, rapid changes in technology, especially technological race, how to ensure that there is a responsible use of this kind of technology that can be enjoyed by international public good? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two questions. Oh, sorry, please.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first question, I'm Lê Hồng Hiệp, a senior fellow from the ISIS Social Asia Institute in Singapore. My first question goes to Mr. Agawan. You have mentioned subsea cable systems and its role in maritime dispute. My question is that I understand that India also has an extensive network of subsea cables. What are India's measures to protect the security of your subsea cable networks? What the lessons you can offer to countries like Vietnam, which is also considered subsea cable security a serious concern? My second questions go to Dr. Hanna. I think you raised a very valid question. In the event of a conflict, for example, oil and gas platforms, for example, a legitimate target for attacks by the enemy, by the rival country. So I would like to seek your insights about the case of Ukraine. In the conflict with Russia, are your similar infrastructure subject to Russian attacks? And in that case, what have you done to mitigate the risk or to protect the security of your oil and gas infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you. So there are two questions that are coming from the online audience. The first question is the trend that states frame technological issue as a matter of national security is rising recently. Many of those, like undersea cables, required shared governance and cooperation. Is there a risk that this trend hinders international law or other cooperation mechanism? Maybe this question should be addressed to Soham. And last question through the screen is to Dr. Sammanchung. You said data-driven artificial intelligence is actively shaping maritime surveillance. With the popularity of open source or commercial tracking systems using AI being integrated into national decision-making process, will there be a risk associated with the data-driven AI? So, then I think two questions are addressed to Captain, and Dr. Chin, one question. Soham, I think two questions. Soham, one question, or two questions, sorry. And Hannah, two questions. Okay, so starting from Captain, please.
Always starting with the captain. No, two excellent questions from my Cambodian colleague. Once again, my presentation was in relation to the future of technology and the input of AI and such things, right? So when I'm talking about deterrence by perception, especially in the framework or in the region of the South China Sea, indeed, I think we are there. When you're talking about the presence being exercised by non-official actors. So you have presence being exercised by navies is a very straightforward deterrence, demonstration of deterrence. Presence being exercised by national coast guards is also a very evident attempt, at least, of exercising some form of deterrence. Deterrence being exercised by the presence of non-state affiliated actors or by fleets that are non-governmental, such as people's militias and such things, make an important contribution to confusing the tactical picture in the region, as well as complicating the interpretation of perception. And then if you bring in artificial intelligence into this mix, if you are turning the interpretation of such display of presence by hard to attribute authorities or such things, is where you can end up with one side of the actors being deterred or finding their hands tied by differing perceptions or by an inability to make a determination about the intentions of those actors. Which leads me to the current legal framework. Is it enough in such things? I do not believe so. I believe that all participants or all actors in particular regions, all actors involved where there's a contested waters, all participants in confrontation short of a demonstration of violence cannot rely on the current legal framework as is, especially if once again we bring artificial intelligence into the assessment of the intelligence available, the assessment of the information being observed, and the assessment of those less than clear authorities that are trying to determine or that are trying to exercise deterrence through less classical means, such as this concept of deterrence by perception.
Thank you. Dr. Chin, please.
Thank you. Just a report, I repeat, first, national law, it covers registration, safety, and control in each country. Second, international law, based UN cause, especially Article 56, 58, 94, 242, and 301. This deal with rights, safety as the seer, and the peaceable use. Third, technical standards such as the IMO interim guidelines, which give real rules for ship and drones. When these three layers work together, we get clear governments for the new ocean era. It reminds us that every discussion about the South China Sea today is not only about policy, but also about how technology and the law can move forward together. From my view, the key is the keep communication open, build, understanding step by step. We may have different opinions, but we share the same goal, the safer and the more stable ocean, and the more stable ocean for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chin. So, Soham, please.
Thank you for the questions. So the first one with respect to how is India protecting its cables and what lessons can be learned, I think there are the two R's, I would say. First is redundancy, and the second is repair capability. So India is blessed with having 17 operational cables landing mainland India, and we have 4 to 5 more slated to enter into force within the next couple of years. So we have significant redundancy within the built-in system. So very recently, 4 cables were damaged in the Red Sea of Aden, and even though 25% of India's capacity, network traffic between India and Europe was affected, because of significant redundancy, we were able to reroute in no time, and that's why the everyday user was not able to distinguish between the loss of traffic. The problem then comes, how do we, so for the Indian state, the problem would be to defend against multiple cable cuts at one time. So that would be 6 to 7 cable cuts or even more before it actually becomes a national security concern. And that's where then cooperation with partners becomes important. So the Quad partnership with cable connectivity, the IPMDA, maritime situational awareness programs where we can share information quickly so that we can then deploy assets in particular regions quickly. The second would be repair. Under repair is acquiring national capacity and capability for swift repair. So irrespective of what your cause of damage is, your turnaround time is shorter, and therefore the cost inflicted upon your economy is much shorter. So therefore the political costs, the economic costs are low, and therefore the benefit that your potential adversary would acquire from such an activity is also low. So currently, India was reliant extensively on foreign cable repair ship providers or cable repair service providers, but now India is investing in its own cable repair ship that we can station in India. So that would ease permitting requirements and would also make it easier to carry out prompt repair. So a lot of regulatory simplification is also underway from the Department of Telecommunications and the Telecommunication Regulatory Authority of India so that you can get more investment and easier to invest. So that's predominantly the approach. With respect to the second question, technological cooperation, I think it really depends on what are the issues you want to cooperate on and who you're cooperating with. So if you're trying to cooperate on technology, which is especially deep sea technologies, these are dual use in nature and often are extremely sensitive, and therefore it will really depend on who your partner country is, on what the extent and nature of your cooperation is. So for example, when we see with NATO allies, they are cooperating on using Operation Baltic Sentry, developing these technologies together. Maybe it's easier within the Five Eyes network as well, but it will be challenging to create that kind of trust depending upon the nature of your partnership, cooperating on deep sea bed or deep sea technologies. However, that does not preclude cooperation on other aspects of undersea cable protection, right? So one would obviously be the standards and that each country can adopt with respect to inducting cable technologies. The second, I think ASEAN is a really good example of cooperation in this mechanism because the ASEAN cable ship ASEAN ACPL, the ASEAN Cable Ship Private Limited, it's a cable repair service provider in the region, and it composes of public telecommunication companies of ASEAN member states that have pooled in resources, that have pooled in capabilities to launch this joint venture, and now have 3 repair vessels and are servicing the Southeast Asia and Indian Ocean Cable Maintenance Agreement. So we see how cooperation has allowed countries to build capacity, to build capability, and then provide a critical infrastructural, plug in a critical infrastructural gap. Also, the ASEAN is cooperating on common rules for permitting repair. So that means if it's an ASEAN recognized ship, then you do not need to go through the lengthy permitting requirements to conduct repair, and that way your repair capabilities are also bolstered. And then the final area of cooperation I could recommend is having common understanding of legal positions vis-a-vis cable repair. So currently, the international legal system has loopholes when it comes to intentional damage of submarine communication cables, because the responsibility in the high seas is currently with the flag state. But if we are dealing with a scenario where the flag state in itself could potentially be the perpetrator, the victim state no longer has any recourse in this manner. So at this point, you need creative interpretations of international law. I think creating a new mechanism, I think everyone else in this room is more well-versed with international negotiations and how long and how long they can be. So creative interpretations of the present mechanism, including UNCLOS, is important, but it has to be a shared interpretation. It cannot be just one state interpreting the law in a certain way to the detriment of others. So that's why legal diplomacy comes into place, where shared interpretations can then help each member state tackle these issues better. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chun, to the question through the screen, please.
If AI system embedded in drones or the autonomous vehicles, if the AI system depends on fragmented the data set, then what about the accountability and attribution? In this case, what of the government or state? In this case, government or state can maintain what you call plausible deniability, but the data set that AI system can use is integrated to make a big data on government or state level. Then the government or state cannot evade the responsibility for something wrong using the AI system. So one of the best way to make the user of the AI be responsible is that, like they suggested, then they need to integrate the data set for AI use on the government level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Hannah, 2 questions plus 1 more question through the screen. What are the key lessons from Ukraine's experience in maritime electronic warfare that littoral states in the South China Sea can learn and apply? Please.
If we would start answering the last question, I'm afraid you would be not only without dinner, but also without breakfast. And that's not what the person from Odessa can allow to such a distinguished guest. But let's briefly respond to the more narrow questions and the comments. First of all, thank you for raising the question about the shadow fleet. And here I think that most of the decisions are in the political domain. Because it is the sanctions, first of all, and that is the possibility to bypass the sanctions, and it's not only the seller, but also the buyer and the country of flag that allows this. So I believe that here we have less of the technologies. The only thing where we can introduce and to speak about the technological issues, what most of the shadow fleet ships are doing, even that they have automatic identification system, AIS, but it's not that automatic, it's what the captain is putting there, what data. And most of them are reporting not the actual ports of either departure or arrival, or in general where they are, or they are just switching them off. For example, if you go to the Greek territorial waters, where it was the period when they've been stationing, they were just switching them off for 24 hours, doing their illegal activities, then moving further. So our question would be, can we set the eyes in such a way that it would be not only manual inclusion of the information and the trust to the goodwill of the sailors, of the captain or the responsible officer to put the real information. Can we use other technological mechanisms or make it legally in such a way, or really automatic system, with the GPS positioning and everything. So it would be much more difficult to bypass it, and we would have like a double checking of what is happening. So I think that all other stuff, it is political. It's more from that domain of the international law that is definitely just depends on how we implement it. Oil and gas platforms. For Ukraine, Russia occupied our gas platforms in the Black Sea back in 2014, because most of them being closer to the Black Sea, to the Crimea coast, and they moved them. So de facto, we don't have experience now in the full-fledged war of their protection. Unfortunately, in 2014, we were not allowed to fight for them. Yep, so that was the stealing. It is, according to the International Court decision, approximately 5 billion losses that now Russia need to compensate to Naftogaz, the state oil and gas company. But the issue is that we don't have physical experience of protecting them. The experience that we have is targeting them. So this, yes, we already had numerous operations. One of the reasons was not just not to allow to use them for the actual original purpose of drilling the illegally the gas, but also because all of these platforms became the towers for the communication and for the surveillance. Especially after Ukraine sank the Moscow ship, or the flagman ship of the Black Sea Fleet in 2022, Russians needed a certain positioning for gathering the information and to delivering it. So that is when the platforms became very useful, and that's why we needed to conduct numerous operations just to prevent them from these hostile activities. That's why here I think that to mitigate, actually we don't have anything. I mean, you just consider them as any other object with the same air defense principles, with the same legal implications, because it's first of all just a tower, yep, with the metal and with all that equipment, with personal or without the personal. So you cannot invent something absolutely different from any other type of the platforms over there. And to finish with the question about the lessons learned, I think that one of the biggest lessons that we need to learn that very often the activities in the maritime domain are starting earlier than the land. And that's what we are forgetting. We used to think about the classical land warfare and the air warfare, and we are forgetting that even that hybrid warfare, usually you speak about information or cyberspace, but we are forgetting that hybrid warfare is perfectly manifesting in the maritime domain. One of the small examples, who ever heard the term war of exercises? Interesting. Try to imagine you're doing the exercises, you're announcing that this area is closed for 2 days, 3 days, and then your counterpart is announcing also their exercises, but with the overlapping territories. One of them, is it legal or illegal? Can you go to the Hamburg tribunal or not? But it is the provocation and the risks that are coming over there. Or in the UN clause, we have a phrase that in case you have the Navy exercises, you need to close a certain area and to notify with the notice that it is closed. To the, I don't remember the exact formulation, but the idea is to the reasonable timing and space. But what does mean reasonable? So, for example, in 2021, we had when Russia announced 25% of the Black Sea being closed for exercises. The next day, they announced all the coast of the northern Black Sea closed for 6 months. Can you imagine Navy exercises for 6 months? And if you look to the map, I have wonderful pictures of these, like in red closed, so it's very visual. You are closing all the recommended routes for the civilian ships. So de facto, you're disturbing and you're starting the blockade without actual blockade of the ports. And that is a very simple, it's cheap, you don't need anything to do this. You're already disturbing economy, you're already made the provocations, and you don't need even these incidents with the ships that are crossing the territories. We also had it back in 2018. So I think that what the Black Sea really demonstrated, it's all this hybrid, the edge between the legal and illegal, and how we need really to improve the UN clause in those articles that are very, with a big ambiguity over there, and to see how their incidents can be used for the provocations, because there is yet one. When the Kerch Strait was closed because it was pretended that one of the ships had a collision. Nothing like this happened, but you are closing the whole strait. Now imagine Malacca, now imagine Magellan Strait, now imagine Suez, now imagine Bosphorus. Should I continue the geography lessons? You can imagine all these places. You need one ship to close the whole navigation and to provoke the uncertainty in those areas.
Thank you, Hannah. Excellent answer. So with that answer, let me conclude this excellent panel on tech politics. So let our hands together to give applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day one of the South China Sea International Conference 2025. On behalf of the organizer, we sincerely thank all the moderators, speakers, and participants for your valuable contributions today. A few reminders before we end of the day. First, don't miss our live commentary available online later this evening. The live commentary is hosted by Mr. Vũ Hải Đăng, an expert from Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Secondly, please check with the reception desk if you need any assistance with the logistic and dinner information. And we will look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow at 9 a.m. when we're going to continue with the theme, The Quest for Unity. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth. Only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. In 2024, the 16th South China Sea International Conference theme, Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, was successfully organized. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 300 delegates attending in person, 250 delegates via online platform, 50 speakers from nearly 23 countries, 100 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. On 3 to the 4th of November, 2025, the 17th South China Sea Conference in Da Nang will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms. Session 1. A Reality of Unstable Sea? Session 2. Great Powers' Strategic Unambiguities? Session 3. The Uninterruption of Maritime Technopolitics? Session 4. ASEAN at the Helm? Session 5. UNCLOS as Anchor of Maritime Stability? Session 6. Youth Power, Overcoming Ambiguity, Strengthening Unity. For the first time, the 17th South China Sea International Conference will feature the first ever Ambassador Lounge session, the first ever Southeast Asia-South Pacific Dialogue, and the first ever side event conference titled Science and Technology Cooperation, a Driving Force for Sustainable Blue Ocean Development. From science to diplomacy, from policy to technology, unity is our compass, guiding us through unpredictable tides, and steering us toward a shared, peaceful future. Because unity is not the absence of uncertainty, it is the courage to face it together. It is the belief that dialogue is stronger than division, and that cooperation outlasts conflict. Together, we sail toward a future built on peace, partnership, and purpose. The sea has always been a bridge, connecting lands, cultures, and generations, but today, the waters that unite us also reflect the uncertainties of our time. Uncertainties come in many tides, from climate change and resource competition, to evolving geopolitics and shifting global power. The South China Sea stands at the heart of it all, with uncertainties stemming from multiple domains.
We all know that the South China Sea is a very volatile part of real estate, and what happened here certainly had the potential to be much worse.
The first 10 months of 2025 have witnessed clashes between claimants occurred at Scarborough Shoal, Sabina Shoal, Sandy Cay, and surrounding areas. More than 100 unilateral, bilateral and multilateral exercises took place in the first 10 months. Yet amid these complexities, there lies a simple truth. Only through unity can we navigate uncertainty. Against this backdrop, the South China Sea International Conference was first convened in 2009, with the aim to promote such unity. For 17 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the youth live commentary sessions of the 17th South China Sea International Conference. These are commentary sessions of the youth, for the youth, and by the youth. The only non-youth element here is the moderator, who is me. And my name is Vũ Hải Đăng. I'm an expert of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, and I'm the coordinator of the Young Leaders Program 2025. First, I have a great pleasure to introduce to you our special commentators of this evening. Four young people who, despite their young age, have already embarked on important projects to change the world and to bring peace, stability, and prosperity to the South China Sea. They are, from my left to my right, Mr. Satria Rizaldi Akatip, University of Wellington from Indonesia. Ms. Alisa Honig, University of Oxford from Germany. Mr. Peng Thian, Asian Vision Institute from Cambodia. Ms. Nguyễn Thị Thu Hằng, Fulbright University of Vietnam. Be careful, whatever you say is going to be caught on camera. So first, I would like to have a common opening question to all of you. Please share with the audience what is the most important thing that you have learned from the rich discussion of the first day of the 17th South China Sea Conference. Please, let's start with Mr. Satria.
All right, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. It's been, Dr. Dang, it's been such a pleasure to be here at this very prestigious conference on South China Sea. We have had a strong start of the conferences, and we have learned various lessons of how to handle a South China Sea amicably, from the existing legal process to creative processes on how different regional mechanisms, extra-regional mechanisms perceive the threat and how to perceive and solve the problem also amicably. I think, as an up-and-coming scholar myself, I try to be a little bit more optimist, in seeing the conflict, through the ASEAN perspective. And I think from, my bullet points from the whole sessions that we have, that we need to, despite the complex layer of conflicts and interests in South China Sea, there are functional areas of cooperations that we can pursue on climate change, on AI, and this is, an element where young leaders, can directly intervene. The only space that we need to create in the future is to have an inclusive platforms, an inclusive venue, not just within the track 2, but also probably under ASEAN Secretariat as well. Because I remember the first time I spoke about maritime security was under ASEAN Human Rights Commissions, which is very unthinkable. And this has created, an inclusive space for us to explore further these uncharted territories and to explore, creative, solutions to the conflict. And that will be my first take, and I hope I can dive deeper later on.
in the specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saria. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Alisa Honig, please.
Yeah, this works. Yeah, thank you so much. I tend to agree with you, Satri, that we've heard a great deal of very interesting things. There certainly are a variety of areas of cooperation that ASEAN states and other states with stakes in the South China Sea can pursue in the future. But I also would like to verge a little bit more on the pessimistic or the critical side, in that throughout all the discussions we've had today, I kind of identified two uncertainties or two, let's say, deficiencies that really tend to persist on all kinds of issues in the South China Sea, and that really continue to impede cooperation among states. The first being that there is currently really a lack of, let's say, basis for discussion or negotiation. And that means really two things. First, it means that there needs to be a shared agreement on what the facts are. And we heard this both from the panelists being addressed explicitly as an issue that the region and the actors in the region need to face. And I'd also argue we've seen some of this being demonstrated in practice as well, that different actors dispute what is and what isn't happening and the interpretation of that. And secondly, also there needs to be common rules and regulations according to which the states should negotiate in the South China Sea, so that it extends to things such as what are claims based on? Are they based on UNCLOS? Are they based on historical rights or something else? And then the second deficiency that I've identified is that we need to build more trust also amongst different actors in the South China Sea. Some uncertainties have been expressed as to the military intentions of different actors. That comes from various sides. And also, especially in the last panel, we've heard that AI and modern technologies really come in here as well and can also increase these uncertainties by encouraging misinterpretation, by making timeframes a lot shorter, and so it is a lot more difficult to verify information in time before decisions are being made. So I think these are two crucial things that need to happen in order, or that need to be overcome in order to have better and stronger cooperation going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Alisa Honig. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Peng Thian.
Thank you, Dr. Dang. I think the most important thing that I learned from the rich discussion today, I would give it a 3 point. And the first point I give it to is diverse perspective that I get to see, maybe ranking from across the world. You see panelists from the side of Europe, from Asia and Central Asia. So you got to see different discourses on the selective engagement, selective term, let's say. They mentioned about the different interpretations of on-clause and also different terms like Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific that make you see that different regions may have their different discourses on certain analysis or certain concept. So that is what makes us very, let's say, unlikely to, not unlikely, but maybe different or difficult to cooperate on certain matter because we see things differently from different side of angle on the horizon itself. But despite these differences, I see the speaker trying to force a common ground, let's say, to foster mutual understanding because they care about the maritime aspect, specifically the South China Sea. That's involved not only regional player, but also non-regional player. And that second point is to give it to this particular aspect because I see non-regional player and also the climate state itself care more than just traditional security or traditional threat, but on to factors such as environmental, oil and gas, or the blue economy, for example. And the third point I want to raise about is how we're trying to forge commonality. Let's say I am someone who are trying to promote mutual understanding of mutual interest among nations and the people itself. So I think we are trying to speak here on a dialogue. We have faith in dialogue because we want to promote mutual understanding, have a common ground to solve things, and quit position-based discussion and move on to more of an interest and need-based discussion. I think these 3 points could be something we should reflect about if we were to go back and serve our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peng Thian. last but not least, I would like to invite Ms. Nguyễn Thị Thu Hằng, the young leader from Vietnam.
Thank you, Professor Dang. What I was able to bring away from today's session was the discussion and the notion of competition and cooperation, and whether this can coexist in a rather volatile region and political arena, which also inserts UNCLOS, extra-regional powers, as well as the two great power politics. And while balancing these two factors, I believe it actually inherently drives deterrence, but also or either make room for regional security dilemma to persist and military escalation. And I believe it is the ambiguity in this that drives this discourse, as there are many different ways of interpretation that would also align with national interests, personal interests, and what we need is something that is more collective. And I believe that also is related to the divergence between dialogue and policy and the action that is being taken. I think I agree with my peers that there should be a shared foundation or a common framework for how countries can exert themselves in the South China Sea, and how that can be leveraged as well as encouraged by building trust. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyễn Thị Thu Hằng. I'm sure that if the speakers today have heard what you said, they're going to be very happy of how you summarize their speeches. Okay, it is enough about the conference. Now it's about you, about your personal research specifically. So first, to Mr. Satria Rizaldi Al-Khatib. You have emphasized that trust building is a critical element in maintaining healthy and constructive relations among nations. In your view, how can such trust building be fostered in the context of the South China Sea? And how do you think young people, such as yourself, could contribute to this important process?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Dang. I would like to make two early concessions before I begin to explain what trust is and how ASEAN model of cooperations form trust, in Southeast Asia and broader Indo-Pacific relations. First of all, despite its complex, layered of interpretations of UNCLOS and different, materials that are being contested in South China Sea, it has to be handled amicably. And that is ASEAN's model of cooperations. And the second concession that I need to make is ASEAN's model of cooperation is very, very limited. It has, set us, it has provided us, a very useful normative and procedural rules. However, due to the lack of enforcement, there are some limits to it. But, on a positive note, how can we promote trust? There are two things that I want to implore in my interpretations of trust, and how can we create a stable rule-based order in the Indo-Pacific. Is first, it has to come with first material clarity. So in any bilateral and multilateral disputes, everybody on the table needs to be clear in what are their interests are. So that is first, and the second is normative gain. So while territorial concessions and resource rights are being distributed evenly, it has to be settled, through peaceful means. And in ASEAN, we tend to interpret or execute trust building differently, while in the other side of the world, in another part of the world, when you ask people around what trust is, they either answer trust is strategic calculations, so it has to be interest-driven, relations. The second is about interpersonal relation, meaning a good sense of, belief between elite leaders. So if you see my president and your prime ministers shake hands, smiles on cameras, and then they come out with some interesting, mechanism, and that is trust. For ASEAN, it's very different. ASEAN see trust as a systemic issues. So while rational calculations and interpersonal image on media become a central feature to it, but ASEAN wants to create them as a central features, for a larger normative and material outcomes. And I think, despite, I saw a lot of punditry commenting on whether or not Indonesia and maritime and Vietnam delimitation agreement is being stalled because the ratification process is not completed. As someone who study ASEAN and how ASEAN creates trust relations, within ASEAN and towards the world, it is not coming as a surprise to me personally, because that is how ASEAN way works. When something is potentially being explosive on public, ASEAN always choose non-confrontational diplomacy. And one way to interpret those non-confrontational diplomacy, and you went on a silo, push more technicians on the negotiation process, less politicians, and then, can come up with more, strategic clarity on the process. And it was, I remember it was, came a little bit, out of the blue. And then after 2 years, it was clarified that there is an issue with the median line, and that could, erupt more conversation if it was not handled amicably. And as a young people, there is one way how can we, proceed with the South China Sea in the ASEAN way. First of all, I have to emphasize that ASEAN way or the ASEAN centrality is not a rules that is written in stone. If you see ASEAN-led mechanisms such as ASEAN Regional Forum, East Asia Summit, ADMM plus, doesn't work because of the absence of the great powers contribution, it doesn't mean that ASEAN-led mechanism is in paralyzed. We can still, especially on security issues, ASEAN always pursue minilateralistic approach, using ASEAN plus Troika, ASEAN minus formula, to work on, again, what I emphasized earlier, focus on functional areas of cooperation. If we have issues on, delimitations agreement, we can compound that with more cooperative efforts in trade relations. Let's, deal with cybersecurity, dealing with piracy, deal with, a security areas that is workable for all ASEAN parties and all ASEAN dialogue partners. So I hope that closes my remark in positive notes. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Saria. Don't worry, we trust you. Next, Ms. Alisa Honig. You have suggested the establishment of a marine protected area on MPA to have safeguard the marine environment of the South China Sea and improve cooperation between its coastal states. Could you kindly share with us more about this proposal? In particular, where do you think such an area could be located? Who should be involved and how it should be managed? Ms. Alisa?
Yeah, of course. So just now in my previous comment, I highlighted that there is a need for more trust among the claimant states in the South China Sea, and also a need for more information sharing and sort of common set of facts and so on. And so in my proposal, I really tried to come up with a concrete, a practical proposal as to how this can be achieved. And I think one of the issue areas that really urgently need addressing is the environmental degradation and overfishing in the South China Sea. And at the same time, this is also an issue that actually all of the claimant states agree on, that this is an issue that needs to be addressed. And so, yeah, as you rightly said, I proposed a marine protected area that is to be jointly administered by all of the claimant states. So this goes to one of the questions that has been posed to me, who should be involved. I think this should be all claimant states. And the reason for this being twofold. First of all, if a marine protected area is a joint effort by multiple states, it can be much more effective. Currently, there are existing initiatives that are done by individual member states, so they are much smaller, much more fragmented, and by pooling resources, the South China Sea can have a much larger protected area with a lot more monitoring and information sharing capabilities. And the second reason that this should be a joint initiative is also that, as I already mentioned, while there is a disagreement on many things in the South China Sea, I think one thing that most actors can agree on is that the environment is a problem that needs to be faced. And so by creating cooperation on this more uncontroversial issue, that can serve to build trust and confidence for future cooperation. And member states of this initiative can also hold each other accountable in terms of making sure that everyone really plays a part in the conservation effort. Of course, the big question is what to do with China. Should they also be part of this effort? And I really think in the long term, yes, they should be, because conservation efforts will be much, much more effective with China involved. And also, I think it is good to include China in this sort of institutional binding. As to how a marine protected area should be managed, I think a really interesting precedent or an interesting model that should be looked at is the Antarctic Treaty that comes from 1959. So in this treaty, it was created by initial signatories that also had competing claims to the waters of the Antarctic. And by concluding a treaty, they kind of agreed to freeze their sovereignty claims and jointly work for the protection of the area. So I think modeling a marine protected area in the South China Sea on this could be really interesting, and that way this marine protected area could become a sort of neutral zone that is jointly administered by an institutional structure that should also be jointly created by its member states, and that should include representatives from all of the members. And in terms of where, I think the Spratly Islands pose one of the most convenient and most effective areas. The first reason being that the Spratly Islands are a very important breeding ground for many, many species. So there's a great potential there to recover fish stocks and also other animals. And yeah, to really replenish ecosystems. At the same time, the Spratly Islands are only tangential to the main shipping routes, so it also wouldn't require all that much change and interruption of shipping routes. And in the Spratly Islands, a lot of different claimant states in the South China Sea are involved in one way or another and have some kind of stake. So locating a marine protected area there also just naturally brings in a lot of interested actors. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Alisa. I don't know about the claimant state, but I'm sure that coral reefs and marine turtles will certainly support your idea. Mr. Peng Tian, you have argued that the development assistance, particularly Japan Official Development Assistance, or ODA, can serve as an instrument for promoting maritime security in the South China Sea. Could you please elaborate on how development assistance in general and Japan's ODA in particular could contribute to enhancing peace, security, and stability in the region? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dang, for the floor. I think if we were to answer this question on how development assistance can function as an instrument or a tool to maritime security, first I want to offer a view to how we trace back to the concept of development assistance. When in the past, Japan in particular framed it as a goodwill development assistance to partner as a post-war reconstructions, and now it's turned into a development cooperation in which they believe it is a cooperation between Japan and the recipient country to receive aid with one another, and it's a, let's say, a foundational framework for peace. So today I want to offer a connected chain in which I believe aids or development cooperation is a way to forge capacity building, and that capacity building forge a soft deterrence to improve the stability itself, maybe in the South China Sea. I also have to reiterate that if Japan were to give out all this ODA, its strong desire is not just to counterbalance China alone, but also for delivering tangible economic benefits. Because as I remember the speech from the late Shinzo Abe, he said security and securitization could only be politically and practically sustainable if it delivers tangible economic benefit to all the nations. So in this sense, I also see that the stability is not only the maritime stability, but it's also giving the economic connectivity and stability itself. So let's go to the first chain in which I talk about ODA as a tool for institutional and operational governance, in which I believe you give tools to support a capacity building of Coast Guard itself, in which, for instance, Japan have been doing all of this. They call it the Coast Guard diplomacy, initiated by Shinzo Abe against, because they have to, let's say, fund, support, and train the exchange with Coast Guard itself. For example, the recipient includes Philippine Coast Guard and also Vietnam's Coast Guard, in which they give exercise vessel and also, let's say, patrol boats and workshop to the Coast Guard and the police itself. Why did they do all this? Because I see that this is one way to improve their defensive posture, because Japan framed all of this as a non-lethal instrument or a non-lethal cooperation, so they have to do it in a defensive posture that does not provoke China or any other party in the South China Sea itself. So this have to remain in the defensive posture that at the same time improve their regional cooperation and connectivity between Japan's and the recipient country. In other way is to build trust. Secondly, Japan built on this narrative of a like-minded cooperation, in which they wanted to build a confident building measure, and also to make Southeast Asian or ASEANs to fall into their normative alignment, or per se the free and open Indo-Pacific, in which they want to have a freedom of navigation, the trust, and the open sea itself. So I see this when you have all this capacity or defensive capacity for your Coast Guard. Of course, you have that, let's say, that soft deterrence, or that's enough resilient capacity to deter. It means you have more resilient, and the coercion is too highly to, let's say, to happen. Because you have all this, China would not be able to, at the same time, coerce, because they know the price they have to pay if they were to clash. And thirdly, I want to reiterate again what stability we can have from that soft deterrence. If, of course, you have the economic stability, because at the same time when Japan offer the infrastructure, the training itself, they also bring the Japan standard, let's say, equipment, material, and also the knowledge, the know-how itself. So this is one how you connect infrastructure between ASEAN and Japan, and also have a common ground between the two regions itself. Moreover, it's contribute to a rule-based international order, in which Japan also frame it under the FOIP, and in ASEAN we have the AOIP, in which we always talk about, discuss, and find a commonality between these two concepts on how we can cooperate on mutual understanding, mutual interest, and never rule any non-regional player out. So to conclude, I think this development system is how we complement hard security aspect by not just involving into materialistic power, but we more on to how we improve the capacity, the know-how, and the normative alignment between regional player and also ASEAN itself, to foster a more like-minded and mutual interest together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pang Tien. With that, I hope that next year you're going to see double, if not triple, Japan ODA to Southeast Asia. Ms. Nguyễn Thị Thu Hằng, as an active student leader, you have participated in many youth initiatives for the protection of the marine environment and improvement of the community life. Could you please share with us your plan to develop a youth initiative in the region for the protection of the marine environment in the South China Sea?
Yes, so thank you. First, I would like to define two things. The South China Sea is not only a strategic zone for trade and resources, but it's also an amplifier for tropical storms that have advanced the Pacific in the recent months, recent years. And I identify this as a common and shared challenge, as well as vulnerability. Second, I would like to highlight that in this room, as well as all over Southeast Asia, we have an untouched pool of talent which could be utilized much more, which is the youth. And how I would define the youth participation is, one, it's very essential. Two, we are the generation of future leaders. And three, with the changing times, it also requires a lot of changing approaches, in which I find that that is our That is our strength. We are very adaptable, flexible, and we're really good at taking in a lot of different perspectives as well as making it our own. And what is the current situation about youth participation in terms of climate resistance in the South China Sea or in ASEAN? I would say that there is still a high barrier to inclusive engagement. There are a lot of organizations, however, there are a lot of unconventional talent as well as strength that remains untouched in groups of students that maybe are not well targeted by youth organizations. And secondly, there is a lack of resources for consistent youth programs to effectively attack climate resistance. So what is the strength of youth-led operations? First, I believe that we are very good at fully self-functioning. Second, media navigation. I'm pretty sure that everyone is really good at using social media as well as outreach on social media. And I believe through a lot of instances, the youth is a strong facilitator of change, which is why I had this idea for a youth participation group called Blue Trust. It is a youth-led organization where our objective is to have a large outreach and touch on talent outside what the normal peripheral of students' activism would be. Including coastal cities, metropolitans, capitals, graduate students, undergraduate students, high school students, middle school students. And it shows a source of unity, but also I would want it to be flexible to each group's strength. And I believe that we can do a lot in terms of preparing as well as mitigating disaster relief, as well as utilizing the vigor as well as the extensiveness of how the youth population is spread, and I would say very rigorous participation in change. Yes, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyễn Thị Thu Hằng. With the 13th storm coming, I hope that your initiative could be ready by 3 days so that we can counter this storm. Thank you very much. So let's have quickly the last round of questions. If you could have one quick suggestion for eliminating uncertainties and strengthen unity in the South China Sea, what would it be? Thank you. You first, Mr. Satria.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dang. So if we are truly to believe in the ASEAN way of doing things, first, be patient. Second, don't panic. ASEAN might be very lengthy, may be very processual, but those lengthy processes makes actors predictable. And sometimes we also exercise self-restraint and so on and so forth. But predictability and accountability makes us trust each other. As when we see earlier in the previous sessions, we see how actors being transparent about their positions and the solution that they're offering. Sometimes it can be very heated debate, but usually and eventually it will lead to some sort of collective interpretations and solution. So on that note, I would like to close with throughout these sessions we have talked about various things. But I saw that the security issues, particularly maritime security issues, are still under, franchise within the ASEAN ecosystems. I saw a lot of young people who wants to advocate and address issues on maritime security. They have to go to the UN or any other institutions, while ASEAN institution needs to be, our very platforms to address these issues. So on that note, I would like to close with trust in ASEAN, because the ASEAN way will find its way. Thank you.
Ms. Alicia?
I'll keep it quite brief. I'll just say create cooperation wherever cooperation is possible, wherever there are shared interests. It doesn't have to start with more traditional security issues. Start with lower-level issues like environmental degradation or information sharing on ship movements. Just start doing more collective action, and that over time will build trust, because then countries and also other actors will see that they can count on each other, and that they can trust each other. And also by sharing more information over time, I think that will come to lead to shared understandings on a variety of issues.
Thank you, Mr. Tian.
Thank you. I think one thing that I would propose is I have to echo my colleagues' idea as well. I believe in the building of mutual trust and to have faith in the dialogue, the ASEAN way, or per se the ASEAN centrality, because you have to believe in your own way of doing things. Let's say you don't have to rush and just focus on what you're good at. Let's say if you are good at being involved in the driving force of regionalism, being in the talking engagements, and also the dialogue itself, just be it. ASEAN have to do what it have to do. I think I also have to echo the quote from our panelists earlier. They say, you cannot force a cow to be a horse, because if ASEAN walks slowly, let it be. It has its own mechanism in resolving things. You don't have to pressure a particular state, or you don't have to push them so hard and so far. I mean, eventually they will find a way. So I think build mutual trust and focus on what you're good at right now is the key to have sustainable success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tian. Ms. Tu Hang.
I would like to emphasize that maybe shared challenges should be louder than national interests, which I would like to tie back to climate change. And I will list some of the typhoons that have happened recently. Upcoming Typhoon Kalmegi, and then Typhoon Fangshe, Typhoon Matmo, Typhoon Boloi, and then Ragasa, and then Yagi. With this list, I would like to say that I would like to reiterate that the consequences of sea level rise. I don't believe that there would be much reason for competition if in the future most of the land mass is already, the land mass is lost. And the consequences include forced displacement and migration, critical infrastructure damage, subsistence, and social economic losses. And I believe like this should be a louder alarm for the people in our region to cooperate and build trust, utilizing the youth. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tu Hang. I forgot to say that whatever you say is going to be used against you in the South China Sea Academic Court. So thank you, young leaders, for your inspiring and interesting suggestions. In order for those ideals to happen in reality, we need you. We need you first to complete your studies with very good results, and then to become well-known experts in your area. And with that, I'm confident that you can help make your suggestion become reality. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Saria, Ms. Alisa, Mr. Tian, and Ms. Tu Hang. And that is the end of our youth live commentary session. Thank you very much for watching.